Hello everyone. While spending time in Tutorialville was a lot of fun, the real learning starts when we start building stuff. And our first project is going to be a website for the company called T Station. Before we take a look at the project we're going to be working on, let me explain why I chose using floats for our layout. Even though most likely for the future projects, you're going to use CSS Flexbox or CSS Grid. Well, for one, we have not covered Flexbox or Grid yet. Once we do, of course, we're going to build projects using those technologies as well. Second, while Flexbox and Grid are future for sure, you will still find a lot of code that has been written or even still depends on CSS floats. So I would want you to be comfortable with that code. Also, when applying for jobs, you might get a random question about floats, and it helps if you have used them at least a little bit. I also would like to mention that during the project, we're going to cover Form Spree, a service that allows us to submit our forms without the use of backend language and deploy our project online to an awesome hosting provider called Netlify. So the whole wide world can see our amazing project. As a sign out, both services are completely free. So don't worry, you can keep your credit card in your wallet. As far as the project goes, we're going to start with a hero section where we're going to implement a lot of animation. For example, on the left-hand side on the top corner, we're going to have our button that is going to be infinitely bouncing. Then also we're going to apply some animation for our headings as well as call to action button. Then we're going to have our skill section where we're going to set up a 4-column layout on a bigger screen. And as you notice, as we're hovering over the skill, we're also going to apply some changes to our CSS. Then we're going to have a 2-column layout for our about section. On one hand side, we're going to have info about the company. And on the left hand side, we're going to have the image. And for the image, we're going to implement two things. We're going to implement zoom effect, where as I'm hovering, notice how we're going to be zooming in. And the second one, we're going to apply the overlay. So in this case, you can see that as I'm hovering over the image actually gets this shade of green color. Then we're going to have the product section. And then in the product section, we're going to have a 2-column layout. And then within the second column, within the bigger column, we're going to set up a nested column layout for each and every product. So that's what's unique about this particular section, because we're going to be creating a nested column layout using CSS floats. Then we have the services section, which essentially is going to be our cards. Whereas you notice, again, we're going to have a 3-column layout. And then for each and every column, we're going to have a card. And then within that card, we're going to take a look at how we can get this effect. As I'm hovering over the card, notice how the card is getting bigger, as well as how, for example, we can place this icon in the bottom of the image, but still in the center of the actual card. Then, if we keep on going, we're going to see that we're going to have the contact section. So this is going to be our form, and this is going to be some information about our company. And like I said, since we're going to be implementing our Form Spree service, that's the reason how we're going to be able to submit our form. Then we're going to have our footer. And then if I scroll up, and if I'm just going to click on my nav button, notice this is going to be our nav bar. And then, of course, in the nav bar, I can navigate to different pages, which we're going to build out. So for example, we can navigate to about page, and then this is going to be our about page. Now, what's also really cool about the project that it is going to be responsive, meaning it's going to look good on any screen size. And I'm not going to show you that section by section, because in my opinion, that is just going to take a long time. However, just to give you an idea, for example, this is how our project is going to look on a small screen. As we keep on scrolling, notice we're going to have our 1-column layout, for example, for the phone screen. But then as we get to a bigger screen, check it out. Now we're going to have 2-column layout for the skills. Then still, we're going to have 1-column layout, for example, for the about. But then if I increase the screen size, notice now we're going to have a 2-column layout. So hopefully you enjoy the project, and let's start building. All right, once we have looked at the project we're going to be working on, let's kick things off by downloading the starter project and setting up our dev environment. So I'm going to head to my downloads. Notice that is my downloads folder. And then in the downloads folder, I already have the resources from the previous lecture, and here I have the zip file. So once you have the zip file, just crack open the zip file, and you should have your star project right there. Now we're gonna open this up, then we're gonna probably rename it. Now, of course, you can name this however you'd like, but I'm gonna go with T station, like so. Then I'm going to drag and drop, and now the folder is going to be on the desktop. And then, of course, next we can just open up the Visual Studio Code. So, of course, we have multiple ways how we can open up the folder. You can either follow the link here, or you can just drag and drop. So in my case, I'm going to drag and drop. Then I'm going to open up a smaller browser window. So let me open up a new window. Let me set this side by side. As a side note, I changed my zoom level a bit. So now in the browser, I have 175. Check it out. So now this would be 200, and now I have 175. So those would be the changes between the browser zoom level from the tutorial. And now in the projects, we're just going to use, or at least I'm going to use 175. Then remember, we had an extension for opening up in the live server. And in fact, the extension name was what? Well, the extension name was preview on a web server. So that's the extension that I'm using. Then, of course, I can close the sidebar for the moment. We're going to take a look at the resources in the next video. And the way I open this up, again, I can either use the shortcut or I can just go with right click. And then I have an option of launch on a browser. So notice this would be Visual Studio Code preview server. So I'm just going to click here. Now I'm going to have my dev server here running on the right hand side on a smaller browser window. But I also would want to do the same thing on a bigger browser window. So let me just copy and paste the URL. And then I'm going to move to a bigger browser window, copy and paste like so. So now I'm going to have my project in two places, on a bigger browser window as well as on a smaller one. So as we're going to be typing out our styles in HTML, of course, most of the time we're just going to be looking at the smaller browser window. But once in a while, just to show you how some things look on a bigger browser window, I'm just going to switch them. And in my case, I also have one tab with a finished project on a bigger browser window. So that way I can right away show you what we're going to be working on and what challenges we're going to be facing and how, in fact, we're going to fix them. So this should be our dev setup. And once we have the dev setup, next we can just start looking at what kind of assets we have in the starter project. Beautiful. Next, we're going to take a quick tour of the starter project. Mainly, what assets do we have and where we can get those assets for your own projects. Now, since we already have covered where to get icons, images, and fonts during tutorial, and since I don't want to waste your valuable time on repeating the same things all over again, I'm only going to jog your memory, not install each asset one by one. So first, I guess we're going to start with a folder structure. So let me open up the sidebar, and there you can see that in a folder we have the CSS, which of course is going to be our styling. And then in the CSS folder, we have style CSS, where we're going to write all our styles. So this would be the case where as our project gets bigger and bigger, we might as well start separating the CSS in a separate folder. Then we have Font Awesome, where we would have all the icons. And then we have the images. So, of course, in the images, we just have all the images that we're going to be using in the project. And then we have the app.js, which already contains a code as far as JavaScript. So this is just going to add a little bit of functionality to our site, but I'm going to cover in more detail once we actually get there. And then we have the index HTML. Now in the index HTML, we already have the title. So I added here T station, and then I have these two vertical bars, and then I have the name of the page, which initially is going to be homepage. That's the page we're going to be building first. And then we're going to have multiple other pages. Then we have already a link to a Font Awesome icons. So again, we're just looking for Font Awesome folder, which we downloaded from the fontawesome.com. And we're going to take a look at that in a second. Then we're looking for the CSS folder. And then in the CSS folder, we have an option for all CSS or all min CSS. So in my case, I went with min CSS. Then we have another link to our style CSS. And again, in this case, we have relative path where we have a dot, then /, then CSS folder. And then I'm looking for my styles CSS. And then if I would want to quickly test it out, whether everything works, I can just go with I. So in this case, I'm getting my icon and I'm going to write FA home and maybe let's make it 5 times the normal size just so we can see the icon. So once we save it, we should have the icon. If the icon doesn't appear, then of course you would need to double check whether everything went correct with your install. But if you download the zip file, you should have access to the icons, to the style CSS, as well as the fonts in the style CSS. Now, let me just repeat that if you would want to get icons, the fastest way how we can get Font Awesome is just by navigating to their site, fontawesome.com, and then you can just go with quick download. Now, during the tutorial, I also showed you another way how we can get the icons, essentially how we can download. So that way we would need to navigate a bit more differently. But the fastest way would be, again, going to their homepage and then just click on the download. So those would be the icons. Then as far as the images, well, I just went to Pexels and then I just typed TRT and then I just looked for the images that I like. That's all there is to it. So I was just looking at the pictures, downloaded the pictures, and then I just included them in the Star project. And as far as the Google fonts, if we're going to navigate to Styles CSS, notice I already imported the fonts. And again, just to jog your memory, if we would want to get fonts, we would use Google Fonts. So let me close the Pexels. We're not going to need them. And then in the Google Fonts, you can just look for whatever fonts you would want. In my case, I went with Catamaran. So we're going to go with this one. Notice this would be my font. And then the second font for specific headings was Grand Hotel. So we're just going to type here Grand. And then, of course, we have our fonts. And then if you would want to include them, we just click on it. Now we have selected. And I went with import option. And then I just grabbed the code snippet that was generated for me. And then copy and pasted in the style CSS. As far as the customization of the fonts for the Catamaran, I went with 400 and 700. So this is going to be essentially for the headings, and 400 is going to be for the whole project, for essentially the rest of the body, for any kind of paragraph. And then as far as the Grand Hotel, there was no customization. I just download the font the way it comes by default. So that would be a folder structure as well as the assets we're going to be using and where to get those assets. And once we have covered that, then we can finally start typing some code. Okay, we're ready to write some code. But unlike tutorial, we are not going to start with HTML. In fact, we're going to set up some global styles first. Before we proceed, let me just clarify a few things. I'm fully aware that some of you might find next few videos tedious and even boring. So let me make my case for global styles. You see, essentially what global styles allow us to do is to have some kind of structure. So we're going to set up some variables. We're going to set up some styles for the body. We're going to set up some styles for the headings. So that way, as we're progressing with our project, because our project is quite big, we don't need to hop back and forth for each and every time we're doing something in the HTML and then CSS. Now, of course, as we're progressing from one section to another one, we are going to be adding some CSS, but there's some things that I would want to take care globally. For example, the font size. So I'm going to be setting up my font size. So that way, when I would want to add a heading, I already have those styles. Now, if I want a bigger heading, I just add a bigger heading. If I want a smaller heading, I'm just going to add a smaller heading. Now, of course, there's going to be some customization where, for example, even though we're going to add the size and the margin for all the headings right from the get-go, there's going to be some cases, for example, here in header, where we're just going to have to adjust that a bit. But the main point is that eventually this is going to make your development much more faster if you have the global styles. Now, the only reason why we're writing all the global styles line by line in the first project, because of course I would want to show you why they are important and I would want to make it together. What happens though is as we're going to be progressing with the project, I'm right away going to share the global styles. And this is exactly going to be the same thing for you, where you don't need to recreate global styles one by one for each project. You can create some global styles. For example, how your headings are going to look, how your links are going to look, how your images are going to look. And then you can just take them from one project to the next one, to the next one, and to the next one. And if you're totally bored and you totally don't understand why you want to do that, of course, you always have an option of just reaching for resources in the lectures, and then you can just get the source code. Now, after my 5-minute rambling, now first I would want to set up some CSS variables. So essentially, these are going to be variables that we're going to use all throughout the project. And mainly, I can tell you right away, these are just going to be our colors. Now, what I would like to always do is set up some kind of comment here. So I'm just going to write here that these are going to be my fonts. And then maybe I can just add some stars here. Or another option that I like to do is just adding the actual equal sign. Now, of course, I still need to have my star, but something like this. That is also an option that you can do. So you would have a setup like that where you can clearly see what you have in your CSS. So that is my preferred method, where you just have some kind of divider between the things that you have in the CSS. You don't have to add that, of course. You can just jam everything together. But in my case, I always like to have that. So in my case, this is going to be fonts. So I'm just going to copy and paste. Now I'm going to delete the comments that I had for my speech. And then after the fonts, we're just going to go with some variables. So in here, I'm going to write variables like so. So now I have my variables. And remember, we needed to use our root selector. So we're going to go with the root. And then, like I said, mainly these are just going to be the colors we're going to be using all throughout the project. Now, again, remember the syntax was hyphen, hyphen, then whatever name. And in my case, I go with CLR. And then if the color is the primary, and essentially that just means that that is going to be my main color. And in my case, that is this green color. Then I just set this as color primary. So let's say the next project, if the color is blue, if the main color is blue, then you can just change the value. So the variable name is going to stay the same, but the value is going to be a bit different. So in my case, I'm going to add hashtag, and the value is 678, and then E3E. And again, I understand if this is tedious, but we're just doing that just because it is our first project. And in the future projects, you're right away going to get the variables as well as the rest of the global styles. So that way we don't need to repeat that for each and every project. Now, next color is going to be primary light, and the primary light is just a different shade of my primary color. And it's just going to be used in some cases where I would want to use my main color just in a lighter shade. And for that, I have the primary, and I call this a light. Again, this is just my syntax. Of course, you can name this however you'd want, but in my case, that's how I name my lighter color. Then if you're adding more colors, then of course you can start numbers. And you're going to see that as we're going to be setting up gray. But since for the primary, we only have two, that's the reason why I'm going to have primary and primary light. Now the value is hashtag BEEDAC. That is my value. Then we have the grays. And in our case, we're only using 3 grays. But essentially, as again, you're going to get bigger and bigger projects, probably you're going to use even more grays. So for the grays, what I prefer to do is write CLR, then gray, and then for the darker one, so my darkest gray is going to be 1. And then the lightest one is going to be, in fact, again, either 10 or 5 or whatever. Since in my case, I have 1, 5, and 10, that allows me later to add different shades in between. So in this case, the darkest one is going to be hashtag. So let's go with hashtag. And then the value is going to be 102 and then A42. That's going to be my darkest gray. Now, in this case, we can just copy and paste it because we're just going to be changing these numbers around. So we're going to go with 5. Again, the reason why I'm doing that, because that allows me to add multiple other shades in between if I ever want to. So I have gray 1, and then gray 5 is just going to be a different shade of gray. Now, the value is going to be hashtag 6, then 1, 7, and then we have D98. So D98. Then as far as the lightest gray that we're going to use, for example, for the backgrounds, well, the value is going to be 10. So that means that this is just going to be a lighter one. And then we're going to set up as hashtag, sorry, not a dollar sign, but hashtag. And then we have F, 1F, and then 5F8. 5F8. That is going to be our lightest shade of gray. Then we have the main white. So main white color, again, CLR, and then we have white, and this is going to be FFF. So hashtag FFF, And now I'd want to set up my fonts. So first we imported the fonts, and now of course we're just going to be setting them up as variables. So I'm going to go with font family. That's why I have shorthand for FF. Then we're going to type primary, and then we're going to go with value of catamaran, like so. And then the other one is going to be sans serif. And then we have the secondary. That would be the Grand Hotel. So again, FF. Then we just type secondary, and then we just, of course, have the value Grand Hotel, and this is going to be cursive. And then we have three more values. One is going to be for transition, and that simply is going to be hyphen hyphen transition. And then remember, for transition, we have an option for shorthand, and this is exactly what I'm going to use. I'm going to say all the properties are going to be affected. Then it's going to take 0.3 seconds, and it's going to be linear. And just to showcase that, as I'm hovering, the color changes from the primary to primary light, and that is happening with the help of transition. So it's not happening right away. And the same, for example, happens as I'm hovering over these skills. Now, I also would want to add some spacing, which essentially is just going to be a letter spacing that you see in a project. And then that one is going to have a name for spacing, like so. And then as far as the spacing, it's going to be 0.25 REMs. And the last CSS variable that I have is a radius, and that is going to be 0.5 REMs. Where we're going to see the radius, if we keep on scrolling, notice, for example, radius for the images, radius for the cards, as well as for the sum of the buttons, as well as in the form. So this should give you an idea why we would want to have some global styles. And by the way, we're going to add a few more. But again, essentially, they're just going to allow you to speed up your development, because that way you don't have to repeat the same value. You can just have the value in one place and then reuse it multiple times. And then essentially why we're doing this whole global setup is because once we have our setup as we're making our project, we don't need to retype the specific CSS for each and every section. So essentially, we can just set up our CSS in one place, at least for the most of our elements. And then as we're just adding the elements, CSS is going to be right there. And then, of course, if we need to customize this, or if we need to add some additional CSS, of course, we're going to add it. But in the long run, setting up your variables, setting up your global styles will help you tremendously. And just always remember that you can reuse them in a different project. Now, are you going to have always the same values? Of course not. You might change the primary color, you might change the grays, you might change font family and all that, and you probably will change that. But the point being is you can have your setup, and then you're just going to drag and drop them in different project, check what you need to change, and you're going to be good to go. Okay, with our CSS variables in place, our next task is going to be setting up some global styles. And we're going to start with CSS reset, where essentially we're just going to get rid of some default browser styles. And the way we do that, again, we select all the elements. This is going to be a very basic one, margin 0, padding 0, and then for the box sizing, we're just going to go with border box. The moment we save that, notice how we don't have this annoying margin, the default one for the body. And then after that, we're going to go for the body. So we're going to select the whole body, and we're going to go with font family, and we're going to add our primary font family. So whatever it is, if you're following along with the same fonts as I am, of course, you're going to have the same primary font. If you have a different one, well, you're going to have a different value. So in my case, I'm going to go with var, and then we're looking for primary fonts. You can save that and check it out. And right away, I have my font there. Then I'm going to add a background one, and I'm going to go with the background. Then again, I'm going to be looking for my white color. And remember, the actual variable was color white. So I can do hyphen hyphen, and then Visual Studio Code is helping me here. So I can just go with color white. This gives me a white background. And then also I would want to set color for my fonts. So my background is going to be white, but then the actual font color is going to be my darkest gray. So in this case, I'm going to go with color. Then again, we go with hyphen hyphen, and then I'm looking for gray. And in this case, I'm going to be looking for gray number 1. So let me add a semicolon, and I would also want to add a line height. So let's go with line height to be 1.5 for my whole body. And then last but not least, I'm going to set a font size. And in fact, I'm going to be setting up a smaller font size. Now, what we need to understand is that right now, essentially, we are setting up the styles for the whole page. But since we already have covered the media queries, right after this, we're going to set up the media query where, in fact, font size is going to change. So the way it's going to come out is that I'm going to set right now my font size for the small screen. So on the small screen, my font size is not going to be 1 IREMs, which would be a default one. In fact, it's going to be 0.875. Essentially, that would mean 14 pixels. And once I said that, that is going to be font for the smaller screen. And then since we're going to use the media query, then we're going to set up the font size for the bigger screen. And before we start dealing with the headings, because that is going to be our main focus, first, I would want to select all the links. So if there ever is going to be a link, I'm just going to add a text decoration of none. So I'm going to get rid of that annoying underline. And also, I would want to select all the images. So if we're going to be adding the image, I already know that I would want that image to be 100%. So spanning all across the parent container. And then I would also want it to be display block, just so I don't have that annoying underline. Now, the harder part probably here is that we cannot see those elements. So you're like, okay, we just selected the links and we selected the images, but we definitely don't have them. So this would be the case where we just need to keep in mind that eventually there might be a link or there might be an image. So that's why we're setting up those styles right away. So that way I don't have to jump to every section and just keep on adding these styles. So let's say I have the section where I'm using the images. I don't have to go to that particular section and add this particular style because now I have added for all the images that I'm going to be adding. And trust me, in the long run, this is just going to save you time and essentially just speed up your workflow. Now I would want to style all my headings. Now I'm not going to go with font size, but I'm going to add things like letter spacing, text transform, line height, and margin bottom. So I'm going to select heading 1, heading 2, and in this case, you can see that I'm grouping them together, heading 4. And for all of them, I would want to have a letter spacing. And remember, we had a variable for that. So I just go with hyphen spacing. Then as far as text transform, we're going to go with capitalize. And we're just going to set text transform capitalize. Then as far as the line height, since the font size for the headings is going to be bigger, that's why we're going to make it a bit smaller. So instead of 1.5, which would be for the whole body, we're going to go with 1.25. And as far as the margin, well, we're just going to go with the margin bottom, 0.75 REMs. And then specifically for the font size, now I'm going to select one by one. For the heading 1, I'm going to go with font size and then 3 REMs. Now let me copy and paste because I would want to have actually 4 of them. So 1, 2, 3. And then for the heading 2, of course, there's going to be a different one, heading 3 and heading 4. And then as far as the actual value, well, for the heading 2, the size is going to be 2 REMs. Then for the heading 3, it's going to be 1.5 REMs. And then lastly, for the heading 4, it's going to be exactly the same like I have already for the body. So that one is going to be exactly the same. And in this case, I'm going to save it. And again, please let me repeat the fact that we are going to be setting up the media query. So essentially what we're doing, we're setting up the styles for the smaller screen. Now, just to showcase that, let me make this bigger. Let me scroll down. Notice this is going to be, of course, our headings. And then if I'm going to make this smaller, you're going to notice how actually our headings are going to get smaller once we get to a smaller screen size. So notice this would be the size of the font on a smaller screen. But then once we get to the bigger screen, since we're going to use the media query, check it out how it got bigger. So that is essentially what we're doing right now. And lastly, on a small screen and essentially for the big screen as well, I guess, because we're not going to change that in the media query, I would want to go with margin bottom for the paragraph. And I'm going to set that to be 1.25 REMs. So those would be the styles for the small screen, specifically for the headings. Now I'm going to set my media screen. So media query. And we're going to go with media screen and I'm going to go with min width of 80. Now, of course, you can choose a different actual breaking point, but in my case, I'm going to go with 800 pixels. So what happens at 800 pixels? Well, I would want to increase my font size since that is going to be a bigger screen. And I think it's just going to look better if the headings are going to be bigger. So in my case, I'm going to go with heading 1 to be font size of 4 REMs. So font size of 4 REMs. And notice how for the smaller screen, which was our initial setup, the size was 3 REM. And now once we get to 800 pixels, then of course the font size is going to increase. So now let me copy and paste again because I would want to select all of them. So we're going to go with heading 2, heading 3, and heading 4. Now for the bigger screen size, we're going to go with 2.5 for heading 2. As far as the heading 3, it's going to be 2 REMs. And then heading 4 is just going to be 1 REM. Now I also would want to increase the font size for my whole body once I get to the bigger screen size. And that is just going to be 1 REMs. So in this case, let's go with body. Then we're going to go with font size and we're going to set it equal to 1 REM. And lastly, since we are increasing the font size, I would also want to decrease the line height for the headings. So again, let me just copy and paste, I guess, in this case, because it's just going to be faster, where we're just going to select all of them. Now let me go there and we're going to copy and paste. Now don't worry, we're not going to add all these styles. We're just going to have a line height. So let me delete the rest of them and we're just going to leave a line height. However, it is not going to be 1.25. It is going to be 1. So those would be our global styles. Now, before I let you go, I would want to reiterate 2 things. So first of all, this is not set in stone. And what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is that, of course, there's going to be some cases where we're going to have to overwrite already our global styles. Like I keep mentioning, our example is going to be in a header, for example, where I would want to have a different margin. So even though in our global styles, I already set up for all my headings from heading 1 to heading 4 to be margin bottom of 0.75, that doesn't mean that it is always going to be a case. There's going to be some cases where you're going to have to override these values or add new values altogether. The point here is that for most cases, this is going to work where you just need to decide what kind of heading you would want to add. Now, the second thing that I would want to iterate is the fact that, of course, you don't have to recreate this from scratch for each and every project. That's the whole point. We just did that for the first project, but then as we're going to be moving on with our project, you're right away going to get these global styles. Now, of course, the values are going to be different. It's not like we're always going to use the green color or we're going to use this font, but the whole idea is going to stay the same, where we have already some kind of setup in place. So that way, as we're working with a project, we don't have to repeat ourselves. And also, I want to quickly mention that, of course, this is not some kind of rule of what kind of things you can have in global styles. In fact, there's going to be some classes that we're going to add later on. And the reason why I'm not adding them right now, because I think they're going to make a bit more sense as we're actually working with the project. So you can add less styles for your global styles, or you can add way more. Now, this is totally up to you and essentially your preference. But the whole point of having some kind of system is the fact that you don't have to repeat yourself as you're working on your project. And second, you can reuse it in all the projects that you want once you have this system in place. Okay, once we're done setting up CSS variables as well as global styles, at least initial ones, now I would want to start working on a header. And as you can see for the header, we're just going to have a massive background image. Then here in the center, we're going to have a banner with a heading 2 and heading 1. And then we're going to have our call to action button where we can just click on the button and then we're going to navigate around our project. And first, we're going to start working on the HTML. But before we do anything, I just want to add some kind of comments here where I'm going to say more global CSS. And you're going to see that in the next video why we're adding this. So more global CSS, that is going to be one comment. And then in the index HTML, you see where we have the T station. First of all, let's get rid of that. So we're going to delete that. And here up on the top, I'm just going to have my nav bar eventually. So I'm going to have my nav button as well as the nav bar. Now, technically, we can place it anywhere because the nav button as well as the nav is going to be position fixed. So I can place it somewhere in the bottom. It's going to be out of the normal flow anyway. But I just like to keep things in order. That's why I'm going to add my nav bar here on the top. Now, once we have added the comment for the nav bar, next we're going to add a comment for the header. And we're going to copy and paste it. And here we're just going to write end of header. Now, technically, you don't have to write end of. I just always like to have 2 comments where I have the start of the actual section or element that I'm going to be creating and then the end of as well. And then first of all, we're going to have our header element. So this would be the case where we're just using semantic HTML, where I'm saying, okay, so there's going to be a header. Now I'm right away going to add a class of header. So let's just write header. And then within the header, we're going to have a div with a class of banner. So let's write dot banner. We already know this Emmet shortcut. And now, of course, we're going to have a div with a class of banner. Now within the banner, what we're going to have? We're going to have heading 2. We're going to have a heading 1, as well as the link that is essentially going to be styled as a button. So one by one, we can just add that. We can say heading 2. And then as far as the text, we're going to write over 100 flavors of. And then for the heading 1, well, why don't we set it up as a specifically crafted T? So let me write heading 1. Then we have specially, sorry, I said specifically, but essentially the text is specially. And then for some reason I'm added 2 eyes here. And then since I would want crafted T to be on a separate line, I'm just going to add a line break. Remember this element that we learned all the way in the beginning when we started working with HTML? Well, now would be a perfect time to use it. Crafted T. Now we can save it. Of course, now we have our heading 2 and heading 1. And then last thing we need to add in our HTML is just a link. Now, as far as the link, it's going to point to skills HTML. Of course, currently there is no page, skills HTML. In fact, we only have the home page. So once we add that particular page, then of course we're going to come back and this is going to make sense. At the moment, as we're going to be clicking on the link, of course, we're just going to have page not found. And like I said, since I would want to style it, I'm going to go with class. And then as far as the values, we're going to have a button. So that is just going to be a generic class that we're going to add in our global styles. And more specifically, we're also going to have a banner button. Now, the reason why I'm adding 2 classes is because I'm going to have a generic class for all the buttons. So if you notice, all the buttons are going to share some kind of styles. But then more specifically for the banner button, I would want to make it bigger as well as add this outline. That's the reason why we're going to have this banner button that's just going to add some styles here. And then in this case, we're just going to write as a value explore. And the moment we do that, we have our link. Notice how we don't have this underline. The reason for that is, of course, because we already have some global styles. And now we already switch to CSS and in fact, style our header. Okay, with our HTML in place, now let's start styling our header, our banner, so it looks a bit more presentable than just plain old HTML. As far as the style CSS, we're going to switch to our style sheet. And then first of all, I would want to grab my comments. Because again, in my opinion, that just gives a bit more structure to our CSS. So if we want to find something, well, we have some kind of dividers. Now I'm going to navigate to the bottom of my current CSS, copy and paste. Of course, this is not just going to be variables. It's going to be a different value. And here I'm going to type in header. Now, like I said, there's going to be some more global CSS, specifically the button. That's the reason why I kept this comment here, where once in a while, if we're going to have some kind of global class that we're going to create in that section, but then later on, we're going to reuse it. In my case, I'm going to set those styles in the global CSS. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that you have to do that as well. You can set up that class in, for example, header, and you can still reuse it. But again, in my case, that is just going to be the case because I like to keep things organized. Now, again, after I have been rambling about my preferences for 5 minutes, first of all, let me select the header. Now, we can select the header using the element selector just by looking for the header, or of course, we can use the class since the class is already there. And again, let me repeat that technically you could just set up div here with a class of header. And essentially you would be able to select it. Now, the reason why we add this header element is because this just lets the browser as well as the developer know that what we're creating. So we're creating header. Now, once I have selected the class, now I'd want to give some kind of min height. And since I would want my header to be 100% of the size of the screen, regardless whether that's big screen or the small screen, I'm going to go with min height. And remember, we had view height units, and now we have 100%. Now, just to test it out, we can just give it a quick background and check it out. Now we have exactly 100%. Now we have 100% for very small screen size as well as for the big one. Now, of course, background red is not what we're shooting for. So I'm just going to delete this value and we're going to add the image. Now, remember, in order to add the image, we needed to use the URL. And now we're going to be looking for our images. And just to showcase, our images would be in the images folder. And then, of course, we have about, we have main BCG, and then for 3 products. Now, in my case, I'm going to be looking for this main BCG. One thing we need to keep in mind, though, that our structure, our folder structure is different. Notice how the style CSS right now is not in the same folder where we have the index.html. In fact, it is nested within the CSS. So in order to access our images, well, first of all, we would need to leave the CSS folder. So again, we're going to have a relative path where if I'm going to go with dot dot and then /, now I'm looking in the root folder. So previously, since we were using dot /, well, that way we would be looking in the CSS folder, correct? Now, in this case, since I would want to look in the root folder for my images, that's the reason why I type 2 dots and then notice my options. So in this case, now I can get all the folders that are in the root. And again, the reason why this is happening is style CSS is nested already within the CSS folder. And then we're looking for the images. And then, like I said, I'm going to use main BCG. And then I would want to use the shortcut where I would want to actually style my image a bit better. Where, first of all, let me close the sidebar just so we have more space. I would want my background to be image in the center. Then I would want to cover it. And remember, we covered all of these options, in fact, in the tutorial where there's properties with the values, and we're just writing it as a shortcut. Now, I'm also going to make sure that we're not repeating the image. And lastly, I would want to make sure that my background attachment is fixed. Keep in mind that for the small screen, essentially for the phones, there's an issue with a support. So as you're going to be testing out your project on a phone, you might notice that phones are not going to support this fix. Now we're going to cover how we could avoid that in a second project when we're covering, for example, Flexbox, where we're going to have only the actual background color for the smaller screen. And then once we get to the bigger screen, only then we're going to add the image. But again, that is going to be on our second project. For the time being, just understand that if you're going to be testing this out on a phone, there might be a huge possibility that the phone doesn't support this fixed. And that's the reason why the background is not going to be fixed. Why are we adding this background fixed? Because I would want my image to stay in place as I keep on scrolling. Notice my text is only moving. Now, also, I can clearly see that right now my image is somewhat bright. And remember, in order to fix that, we had an option of adding a linear gradient. Now, we do need to make a comma here, just so we have the actual proper syntax. Otherwise, your code is going to break. And I'm going to go with RGBA value. So essentially a black color, but I'm not going to add a pure black color. We are going to add some kind of opacity. So remember, for the black one, we went 0, 0, 0. And then, for example, opacity, in my case, is going to be 0.6. Now, what I'm going to do is just copy this value because I would want to use the same one for the second one. So let me copy that. Now, I do need to, again, have the comma. That would be a proper syntax. And then let's save it and notice how much darker our image got. Now, in order to place our text in the center, I'm going to have to use position absolute for my banner. But if we remember, in order to use the position absolute, we also needed to have something with position relative. And then, of course, if there would be no actual parent with position relative, then we would just be placing it a relative to a body. And that's not what I would want. So that's why for the header, I'm going to set this as position relative. So let me add this property here, position relative. And then I also would want to add one more thing with overflow hidden, but I'm going to talk about this property as well as the value once we start working with animation, because this is just going to be for the animation. So I'm going to add here animation just so we have some kind of comment that lets us know why we're adding this. And we're going to go with overflow X and hidden. And again, I'm going to cover this in a bit more detail as we start working with animation. And as a side note, I'm going to add animation at the end once we're essentially done with setting up our HTML and CSS, because that way I feel that we can make a faster progress and you're going to be more satisfied with what we're doing. And then once we get to at the end of the project, like I said, then we're just going to add our animation as well as adding the navbar. Now, once we have set our header, then we would want to start working with the banner. And like I said, since I would want to place text in the center, what I'm going to do is use position absolute. So in this case, maybe let me make my screen here a bit bigger, just so we can see a bit clearer. And we're going to go with banner. Then first of all, we're going to use text align. So we're going to set it in the center, like so. So now our text is going to be in the center. Then I'm going to use a position absolute. So now I'm using the position absolute to position this whole banner in the center. And please keep in mind, since the rest of the headings as well as the link is within the banner, of course, we're going to position them as well. Now, position absolute, remember we had top and then left and bottom as well as the right values. In our case, we're going to use top 50%, like so. So it's going to be 50% from the top. And then we're also going to do the same thing for the left one. So we're going to go with left, and left is also going to be 50%. Now, in this case, though, you're going to notice that our actual banner is not exactly in the center. So what we need to do is use transform to, in fact, transform our banner up as well as to a left. So the way that works, we're going to go with transform. Then we're going to have a value for translate. And since I would want to move it 50% up, so essentially half of its own height as well as half of its own width. And that would be negative 50%. So now we're going to move our banner up, and then also we can move it to the left by adding negative 50%. We can save that, and now of course our banner is exactly in the center. As far as the heading 2 and heading 1, well, we can just use banner here. Then I'm going to say the heading 2 within the banner, well, what kind of styles I would want. First of all, I'd want to change the font family. Notice how we're using our secondary font family, and also would want to have a different color, correct? Because now we just have the color that we're using for the whole body. So we're going to go with font family, and then that is going to be a secondary one. So let's look for our secondary font family. And then also, like I said, we're going to have a color. And then in this case, we're going to have our primary. So again, hyphen, hyphen, and then we're looking for color primary. Now in this case, I can already see that this would be a darker one. So that's the one that I'm looking for. And eventually we're going to add here animation. That's the reason why I'm going to keep here this comment. So again, later, once we need to add the animation, where you know where to find it. And then also I would want to style my heading 1. And what would be the styles that I would be looking for? Well, notice, first of all, I'm going to select banner, then heading 1. And one thing that we need to keep in mind is the fact that we already have set up our font sizes. We already have set up our margins. So that's the reason why we need to add here less CSS. And that was the whole point of these global styles, where you don't need to keep on retyping this CSS for each and every section. Okay. That was the whole point of this global CSS. The moment you add here the heading 1 or heading 2, you right away have some kind of styles. Now, I do want to override some stuff. Like I said, just because you have the global style doesn't mean that it's always going to be set in stone. So what things I would want to override? Well, first of all, I wouldn't want this to be text transform and capitalized. In fact, I would want it to be uppercase. So I'm just going to write text transform. Then we're going to set this uppercase. Then we're also going to change the color. As far as the color, we're going to go with a white one. So color white. And then, like I said, more specifically here, I would want to add a bit more different margins, because all our headings have this margin bottom of 0.75. But in fact, in this case, I would want to have it a bit more different. Our margin top is going to be 125 REMs, like so. It's going to be a bit bigger. And then margin bottom is going to be even more bigger, where we're going to go with 2 REMs. And again, the same thing, we're going to add animation a bit later, essentially at the end of the project. So I'm just going to add here animation. There's going to be some kind of code here. And then we have finally our button. And this would be the case again, where you can add your classes here. And in my case, I don't know why I added here the comment. In fact, I wanted to have the button class as well as the banner class. And you can definitely add these classes here and style them. Now, what I'm going to do is actually add them to global CSS, because I would want to take it to my next project. Now, again, I think it makes way more sense to style them right now, because that way you're going to see what we're actually doing. But since I would want to reuse it in different projects, well, I'm just going to add it to global styles. Keep in mind, there's no difference. You can technically add it here with a header. Now, again, why we're adding this generic class for the button? Because all the buttons are going to share some kind of styles. That's the reason why we're going to have this actual BTN class. Now, some of them we're going to override, or we're going to add some different styles. For example, for the banner, we're just going to make it bigger and add this outline. That's why we're going to have some generic class. In our case, that would be a button class. And then as we're actually working with particular section or something, we're going to add some kind of specific class. So in my case, let me select BTN and let me just move up in the actual global styles. So let me move up, move up, move up. And now we have our BTN in the global styles. As far as the styles, we're going to go with text transform and we're going to use uppercase like so. Then also we can use a different background. So in my case, I'm going to go with the primary. So let me look for my primary variable here. Then as far as the color, I'm going to go with my white one. Again, that is going to be my variable. So let me look for my white one. And then for the padding, we're going to go 0.5 REMs. And then that would be top bottom, of course. As far as the left and right, we're going to go with 1 REM. So notice how we added here, of course, the padding. Then let's do some letter spacing here. Let's write letter spacing, and that is going to be equal to our spacing variable. And that's what we're adding, same like we had for our headings. Now, in this case, I would want to add a display block, just in case if I would ever want to add some kind of margin, just so it is actually respected by the browser. So let me add this inline block, and notice the moment I added, in fact, the margin was added here from my previous setting. Now, I also would want to make a bigger font weight. Remember, I had font weight for my main fonts to be 400 or 700. So in this case, I'm just going to save it as 700. Then transition is going to be there because as I'm hovering, I would want to change the color for my button. That's the reason why I'm going to say transition. Remember, we had these values stored already in our CSS variables. So now I can just go with my transition. If you'd want to add different transition, just change the value in your root. Then also let's have a different font size. In my case, I'm going to go with 1 REM. Then as far as the border, I don't want the border. So we're going to go border and the value is going to be equal to none. And then we're going to go with cursor pointer. So as in we're hovering, there's going to be this cursor as well as the box shadow. So that's going to be the last thing for our generic one. So we're going to go with box shadow. And then in this case, for the X, we're going to have 0. For the Y, we're going to have 1 pixel. And then as far as the blur, we're going to have 3 pixels. And for the value, we're going to go with RGBA 0, 0. So 0, 0, 0.2. Let me save it. We have a tiny box shadow. Of course, it's going to be easier to see once we have a white or gray background, but those should be essentially our generic styles. Now, let me also add right away styles for the hovering. So I'm going to go with BTN. Then I'm going to go for hover. And as I'm hovering, I would want to change my color to primary. So from the background to a color. Now this is going to be primary. And then as far as the background, well, this is going to be the case where I'm using my light one. So let me add background. And in this case, we're going to be changing this to a light one. So color, primary, light. You can save that and notice how as I'm hovering, we are changing this background. And then last thing that I would want to add is this banner button. Again, if you'd want, you can add this in the global styles. Now, in my case, since I'm working here in the banner, I'm just going to add it here where I'm going to say banner BTN. And this is going to be the case where I'm just adding some styles or I'm overriding them. As far as adding some styles, I'm going to go with outline. And that is going to be 0.125 REMs. And it's going to be solid. Now we're going to be looking for our primary color. So let me add var. And then this is going to be the case where we have the outline to be primary color. Also, I would want to add a bit of offset. Notice this is going to be our offset. And remember the difference between the border and the offset was the fact that we can, in fact, move our offset. So in our case, we're going to go with outline, offset, and that is going to be 0.25 REMs, like so. So notice now we have our offset. Now, as far as the actual banner button, well, I would want it to be bigger. So again, I have already some kind of font size for all my buttons, but for the banner button, I would just want to make it bigger. That's the reason why we're going to have that as 1.25 REMs. And I would want to override the padding as well. So padding is going to be 1 REM and 175 for left and right. So top bottom is going to be 1 REM and left and right is going to be 175. So that way our banner button is going to be bigger. And congrats guys on finishing our first section where we had our header as well as the banner, and we added the HTML as well as styled it in the styles CSS. Right after the header, we have a very small element or a very neat one where we're just going to have a content divider. So we're going to have our header, and then right away we're going to have this line. Now the CSS is going to be quite simple where we're just going to add some kind of height to this div, and then in fact add a background using linear gradient. Now in the index HTML, we're simply going to add a div with a class of content divider, like so. And then we're not going to place anything in the div, but in the style CSS, let's just add a simple little comment, content divider. And then we're just going to first of all target, of course, our div, content divider. And then let's add some kind of height. So we're going to go with 5 or 0.6, whatever REMs. And then as far as the background, we're just going to go with background. And then let's use linear gradient. And let's also remember that we have an option of adding as many colors you would want. And in this case, we're going to go with 3. So we're going to go with our primary color, then the yellow color in the middle, and then another primary color. Let's also change the default direction. So in this case, we're going to have to left. And then, like I said, 3 colors. 2 of them are going to be our primary green color. So let's go with var and then hyphen hyphen. And then remember we had CLR, then primary color. Again, we can actually add a comma here. Maybe let's right away add our yellow one too. The yellow color is going to be E9B and then a 949. That's going to be our yellow color. And then again, we're going to go with var, then hyphen hyphen, and color primary. We can save it, and this should be our divider, where again we have the div, and then we added the height, and then for the actual background, we used a linear gradient. Awesome. Up next, we have a skills section where we're going to have 4 skills, and then for each and every skill, we're going to create a icon, then the heading, as well as the paragraph. And as we're hovering, notice how we're changing the background. We are lifting up icon a bit, and we're also adding a box shadow in the bottom. And this is also going to be the first section where we're going to implement floats for our layout. So we're going to start with a small screen, and then the skills are going to be stacked one on top of each other. Then once we get to the bigger screen, notice we have 2-column layout. And then once we get to even bigger screen, then we're going to have a 4-column layout. So we're going to start in the index HTML and of header. That's good, but we're going to add a comment. We're going to say skills section. Now I'm going to copy and paste, and in here I'm going to say end of skills section. Again, that's just my preference. I always like to have the opening and closing comment for the section. And then in here I'm going to have a section. So this is going to be, again, my HTML semantic element where I would just want to create a section with some kind of elements. So that just means that, well, this is going to be some kind of separate content. Again, I know this said this before, but technically, again, you can just create a div and then add a class of section. But this is just going to be much more semantically correct if we place this in the section element. Now, for the sectional element, let me add some kind of class, and the class is going to be skills and also clearfix. Now, clearfix we're going to use later once we set up the floats. So that essentially is going to be the last thing that we're going to do, but I might as well add that class there. And the way we're going to have our skills, I'm just going to add more comments. In this case, I'm going to say single skill. Let's copy and paste it. Since there's going to be 4 of them, again, it's just going to be easier to copy and paste because we're going to see where the actual skill ends. And then we have the section. Awesome. That is our element. But then each and every skill is going to be in the article HTML element. So we have the article, and then for the article, we're just going to add a class of skill. So let's go with class and then skill. So we have our section element, and then each and every skill is going to be article element with a class of skill. And then, of course, we're going to add some more elements. So first of all, we're going to add a span. And then within the span, we're going to have our icon, our font awesome icon. So let's write span first. And then within the span, we're going to have I element. And the first icon is going to be mug. So we have I element, and the classes are going to be FAS, FA, mug, and then we're going to write hot. Now, I also would want to add a skill icon class here. So for the span, let's just add skill icon. We can save it, and I can see here in the bottom, I have my mug. Now, the one thing that I did, though, is I placed the divider after the skill. So my apologies. Let me move this up. So I'm going to place this right after the header, like so. And now I should have my icon here in the bottom. Then once I have the skill icon right after the span, I'm going to have my heading 4. So for the heading 4, I'm going to add a skill title. So let's have a class, and then let's say skill title. And in here, we're going to say made in US. And then also the last thing that I want to do is add a paragraph with the class of skill text. So paragraph, let's add the class maybe right away, and that is going to be skill text. And here we're going to go with lorem 10. Essentially, we're going to place 10 words in our paragraph. And now we have, of course, our heading, we have our icon, and we have a little bit of text in the paragraph. Now, the next thing that I would want to do is, of course, repeat that just with different values, where this is going to be the relaxation with a different icon. Then also we're going to have the energy as well as the family recipe. And this is the case where, again, I like using the comments because essentially I can just copy and paste from the beginning to the end of the comments. So notice I have my single skill. Since I would want to duplicate and essentially make 3 more, I know that I can just copy from the single skill all the way to the end of the skill. And let's just copy and paste 1, 2, 3. And now we just need to change these values one by one. So let me scroll up. That was, of course, our mug. Then what we have glass. So the next icon is going to be our glass. Let me delete. We're still going to have FAS, but then the value is going to be FA, glass, glass, and we're going to say cheers. As well as the text in the heading 4 is going to be relaxation. So let's write relaxation. Then we have the next icon, which is going to be bomb. So again, let's keep on moving. Let's find our icon first. And then we're going to say FA bomb, like so. And then as far as the text, it's just going to be energy. So let me navigate there. And we're just going to write energy. Of course, we can actually set it up just so we can see it actually right away in the browser. Notice how we have 4 of them. Then we have made in US, relaxation, as well as the energy. And you know what? For the US one, I'm just going to add capitalized like so. Or I'm sorry, uppercase for the US. That way it makes a bit more sense. And then once I have fixed my text, I'm going to navigate to a last one. And we're going to say that it is going to be family recipe as far as the text. So let's write family recipe. And then as far as the icon, I'm not going to attempt actual syntax. So I'm just going to say FA, and then we have mortar, and I believe it is this guy. So we have PESTLE. You can save it, and there we go. Now we have family recipe. So we're done with HTML, and now we can start working on the styling. When it comes to CSS, first of all, we're going to have to navigate there, of course. So let me just open up the style CSS. And then once we do, I would want to copy again my dividers. So let me move up a little bit where I have the header. I'm going to select it. Then we're going to navigate to the bottom of my CSS file, copy and paste, and let's just write skills. So say skills. And then first of all, for the skills, let's just target the whole section. And that was the section with the class of skills. And we're just going to simply add a background. Now, what kind of color are we going to add? And remember, we had 3 shades of gray, and then I would want to look for the lightest one. So the variable was hyphen hyphen, then we have the color, and then I'm looking for the last one. So the gray with a value of 10. That's the background that I would want. Notice how I right away have my background. Now, after that, I would want to target the actual skill. So individual article. And for that, I'm going to use a skill class. And then first of all, I would want to add some kind of padding top bottom. And the padding that I'm going to add is going to be 2.5 REMs. However, there's going to be no padding on left and right. Notice the moment we added the padding, I right away have the padding. Then also, I would want to align my text in the center. So we're going to go with text align center. Okay, that is good. And also, we're going to do a bit of transition. So why are we adding transition? Because as we're going to be hovering, there's going to be multiple things that are going to happen with our skill. And we're going to be changing the background as well as we're going to be adding this box shadow. And of course, I want those changes to be implemented over time. And that's why we're going to be adding this transition. And remember, we had a value already in our CSS variables. So we're just going to go with transition. Next up, we have the skill icon. And essentially, skill icon is just a font awesome icon with a class of skill icon. So we're going to go with skill icon. First of all, we're going to increase the size, so 2.5 REMs. Then we're going to add a bit of margin in the bottom, and we're going to be shooting for 1.25 REMs, like so. That is, of course, our skill icon. Then after that, we have the transition. And again, why are we adding transition? Because as we're going to be hovering, we're going to lift up the icon a bit. And again, we want those changes to happen over time. That's the reason why we're going to add here transition as well. So let me write transition. Then the value was in fact already in the variable, transition variable. And I also would want to add display block. So why I would want to add display block? Because notice, even though we added the margin of 1.25, essentially nothing is happening. And just to prove that, we can go here with 10 REMs. And you're going to see that, again, nothing is changing. Now, the reason for that, because span is an inline element. And remember, browser was not respecting if we're adding the margin top bottom, for example, to a span element, which is an inline one. That's the reason why we need to make sure that span is also inline block. So we're going to go display, inline block, and now the actual margin is going to be applied. And then lastly, I would just want to add a color. And that is going to be my primary green color. So again, we go with hyphen hyphen, and then we look for the primary one. So the darker shade of green. And there you go. Now we have our icon. Then we have the skill text. So what changes I would want to add to skill text? Well, first of all, probably I would want to add a different color because I have my dark gray color for the rest of the text. But now I would want to make a text, the paragraph text, to be lighter than the actual main text, however, still darker than my background. So I'd want it to stand out a little bit. And the way we can do that is by targeting the skill text. And then remember, we had a color property, of course, and we also had the middle shade for the gray. So we're going to go with var, and then we're looking for the color like so. And then I'm looking for the middle one. So gray with a value of 5. And save it. And notice right now my text is darker than my background. However, it is lighter than the actual title. And then also, even though it looks somewhat good, the problem right now is that my text is spanning all across. So I would want to make sure that text is in fact not spanning all across my div. And the way I can do that is by setting up some kind of width for my paragraph. And the width I'm going to set, and you know what? Not even the width. I'm going to go with the max width. So I'm going to say the max width should be 17 REMs. Just because we're going to be later on setting up the columns anyway. So we might as well just go with max width. So this would be a perfect width for my paragraph. As you can see, it's not spanning across. It's just taking up the space. Now, the problem right now, when I added the width, my text has shifted to a left. Because now we have the width. Now, of course, our paragraph element is not spanning all across. And in order to fix that, I want to place it in center. Now, as you can see right now, text align center is not working anymore because previously we just worked with the text, of course. Our paragraph was still spanning all across, but now I cannot move this block element in a center. However, I can move it in a center if I remember that for the block element, I just needed to add a margin. Now, you can technically add a margin, but there is really no use for it because we already have a margin for the actual heading. Remember, we added for all the headings, and we also added for all the paragraphs. So margin for top bottom, I don't really care. I just can have it as 0. However, left and right is the one that I need, and I'm just going to go with auto. Remember that, of course, you can have margin right or margin left set to auto as well. I just went with a shorthand. And now, as I'm hovering, I would want to apply my changes. What changes I would like to apply? Well, I'm going to go with skill. Then I'm going to go with hover. And then I would want to go for the background. And the color is going to be white. So as we're hovering over the skill, the background should turn white. Again, we're going to go with hyphen, hyphen, then color, and then we go with white. Now remember that this is going to happen smooth. Why? Well, because we already have skill transition, correct? So that's the reason why as I'm hovering, the change is happening over time. Now, what else I would want to do? Well, as I'm hovering, I would also want to add a bit of a box shadow. So we're going to go here with box shadow, or in this case, we are not going to use any kind of blur. So I'm going to go with 0. So there's going to be no shadow on the X direction. Or we're going to apply it in Y direction, and we're going to have var, and we're just going to have our primary color. Let's add that, and then notice how we're getting right now box shadow without any kind of blur. And then last, I would want to lift up my icon, my skill icon, as I'm hovering over the skill. So how does that work? Well, I would want to, of course, lift it up as I'm hovering over the whole skill, not only as I'm hovering over the icon. Of course, you can target the actual icon. You can say skill icon, then hover, and then lift it up. But what I would want is as I'm hovering over the skill, the actual article element that has the icon, has the heading, as well as the paragraph. And the way we write that, we go with skill, then we say hover. So as I'm hovering over the skill, what should happen? And we can add skill and then icon. So what this is going to mean that as I'm hovering over the skill, what should happen to a skill icon? And that simply means that I would want to use transform, and then we're going to go with translate Y. Remember, we had transform property, and we have an option for translating the element. And in this case, I would want to translate Y direction, essentially lift it up 5 pixels. So let's check it out. Now, as I'm hovering, notice how the changes are happening over time. We're changing the background, we're lifting up the icon, as well as we have the box shadow in the bottom. All right, our skill section looks very, very good on a small screen. However, the issue might be once we get to a bigger screen. And the easiest way how I can show you that, if we in fact navigate to our bigger browser window, and then we just check it out, the project that we're working on. Let me refresh, I keep on scrolling, and that is probably not the look that I'm looking for. So I would want to set up some kind of column layout. As my screen gets bigger, then I'm going to have 2-column layout. And then once we're going to get to a bigger screen, then we're going to have a 4-column layout. And we already covered that we can do that using floats, correct? And the way it's going to work is we're going to set up some media queries. So right after the skill hover, we're just going to go with media. So let's write media, screen, and we're going to go with min width. And I'm going to go with 576. So starting from 576 pixels, I would want to set up a 2-column layout. So how I can do that? Well, I have my skills, that is my section, and then each and every article, in fact, has this class of skill. And that entails everything that there is about that specific skill. And what we can do is we can use the float property and, in fact, float the skill to a left. And we already know that, of course, always our width is going to be 100%, correct? So regardless whether we have a small screen or a big screen, the screen size is going to be 100%. So if I would want to have a 2-column layout, I would just need to float my skill to the left, which essentially is going to float all of them to the left. And then I'm going to say what would be the width for each skill. So we're going to go with skill. So now I'm targeting all 4 articles. Then we're going to float them to the left, starting with a 576. And we're just going to add some kind of width right away. So we're going to say width. And the width is going to be, since I would want a 2-column layout, 50%. Now I do need to add a semicolon. Notice how the Visual Studio Code is complaining right away. We can save it. And now as we're going to be increasing the screen size, we're going to see that we're going to have a 2-column layout. Now let me make this smaller. And as you can see, now I have 1-column layout. And the moment I get to a bigger screen size, then of course I have my 2-column layout. And since we already know how we can create the column layouts, what we can do next is just copy and paste and set up one more media query for 1200 pixels. So let me change this around, where min width is going to be 1200 pixels. Now remember, since we already set up the float to the left, starting from the smaller screen, we actually don't need to add it here because it's already set up starting from 576. So it's still going to be working on the 1200. Now what I would want to change though is the width, because I would want to go from 2-column layout to a 4-column layout. And we can change that. I would just change the width for my individual skill. And in this case, it is going to be 25. So as my screen size gets bigger, you're going to see that eventually I'm going to have my 4-column layout like so. So the moment we get to a 1200 pixels, now we have a 4-column layout. And everything works really, really well. Now the problem is going to be with the floats, the fact that the rest of the content is essentially going to wrap around the floats because we took our elements out of the normal flow. Now, just to showcase that, I'm going to delete for the time being one of them. Again, please don't delete them permanently. So in my case, maybe a better option would be if I just comment it out. So I'm not going to delete it, but I'm just going to comment out the last skill, for example. Let's just comment this out and let's add something here. Let's add some kind of heading 1. Again, it doesn't really matter what we're adding, just to showcase what is going to happen. So we're going to have heading 1. We're going to have a hello world text here. Then we're going to go to a bigger screen and check it out. So now what's happening that since we used float and now we're not taking the whole space, of course, now the hello world is right here. So essentially what we're doing is we're using float. We're taking the element out of the normal flow, and then everything else wraps around it. And that's not something we would want. Even though technically if we had 4 icons, well, we couldn't see that, right? But essentially it was still there. We're just taking up the whole space. And actually the way around that is using a clear fix hack. Now it sounds way more complicated than it is, but essentially the way it works is we added the class. Now the class name is irrelevant. I just went with ClearFix because that is something that you're going to find online. So if you're going to look for ClearFix, then you're going to find this name used. But again, you can name this Uncle Bobby. The actual name of the class is irrelevant. And by the way, there's many ways how you can actually set this up. So there's many preferences for this. So there's not one set in stone. I just picked this one because I find that the most straightforward, but you can definitely use other options. Again, just Google ClearFix and you're going to see a bunch of options popping up. And the way it works is, notice we have the skills, right? So within the skills, what we're doing is we're floating this each individual skill. So what we can do is we can add here this class. And the reason why I'm adding as a separate class, because since we're going to be using floats in a different sections as well, I would just want to reuse that class. So I'm going to add this class in my global classes. And the way we do that is we just set up this ClearFix class. We add wherever we're going to be floating something. And then we're just going to set up the CSS. So let me head back to styles, CSS. Now I'm going to look for my global ones. Again, technically you can add where you have the skills, but I just think that it makes a bit more sense if I'm going to add this in a global CSS. So I have my button, okay, as I'm hovering over the button, but I also would want to target that ClearFix. Now, I'm not only going to target the ClearFix, we're going to use before and after. Remember pseudo elements? So we have after and we have before. And again, there's going to be many variations of this ClearFix. So again, I just prefer this one, but of course you can choose a different option as well. And then we have two options. We have after and before. Remember, those were our two pseudo elements. So let's again target clear fix. And in this case, we're going to say before. And now for both of these elements, we need to set up the content. Remember, that was crucial. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Then we had clear, and we had an option of left, right. And that, of course, depending on where we were floating. But we also had an option of clear both. And then lastly, we just add here display, and we're going to set this equal to a table. So we're going to go display, and we're going to have it as a table. So now what happens if we check it out on a bigger browser window, our project, you can see that the hello world is in fact after our skills section. So it is not essentially placed here because it's not wrapping around, since what we're doing right now, we're setting up that the rest of the elements that are going to follow our floated elements are not going to be wrapping around, since we have this clear fix hack. And this is what it's called. It's called clear fix hack. Again, there's many variations of this one. I just picked this one, and the actual class name is irrelevant. What's important that you just add this code. And technically you could get away with just setting after, because of course you're mostly interested on the elements that are going to follow, but you might as well add also one for the before. And then once we have set this up, then I can probably head back to index.html, look for my code, the one that I commented out, and then let me actually uncomment it like so. And then once I do, I have my element, and I can clearly see that the hello world is on a new line, which is awesome. So now I can delete that. Now we have our floats. We added a clear fix hack. Again, the reason why we added as a class, because we're going to reuse it later for different sections as well. And now we can start working on our next section. Once we have completed our first two sections, the header as well as the skills, I would also want to point out one thing, where when we're working with skills, in fact, we added classes for each and every element that was in the article. However, when we worked in the header, remember we had the banner, and then we just used this banner class and selected these two elements. And the thing is, it is really your preference how you'd want to do that. The one thing though is, as you're working with CSS, of course, if you have one class and then there's going to be 10,000 elements, it is going to be very hard later to select them, especially if the elements are repeating. But in general, this is your choice, whether you'd want to add a class and then just style that class like we did with skills. And just to showcase that, we can head back to CSS, and you can notice that, of course, we're using only the classes in this case. Unlike the header, where I had the banner, and then I selected the heading 2. So heading 2 within the banner, and then the heading 1 within the banner. And what I'm trying to tell you is that technically, if we wanted to, we could have done the same thing for the article. So in this case, we wouldn't use the skill icon. We would use the skill class, and then we would use the span. Now, just to showcase that, instead of skill icon, let me just delete the icon and let's write span. And you're going to see that our styles are not changing, because what we're doing right now, we're still using the same code that we had for the class, but instead of adding the class in the CSS, like we're doing right now, well, we're just targeting the span. And throughout the project, again, I'm going to be alternating just so you can see the difference. And that way you can make what would be your choice. Now, one thing as far as the classes is going to be the fact that, of course, if you're adding the class, if you change, for example, this element, the styles that you're applied using the class are not going to change. For example, if you are changing the actual element that you have here, remember that you're going to lose all the styles that you're selected for heading 2. For example, if you added here the primary color as well as the font, if I'm going to change this to heading 3, notice how I'm going to lose both of these styles. Now, why I'm losing them? Because in the style CSS, I'm selecting banner and then the heading 2, unlike when I'm using the classes. And also, I would want to mention that, of course, in the skill, I added the extra class. if we're looking at the skill title, essentially we didn't use it for styling because we already set up everything that we needed for our headings in global CSS. And that's the reason why I added the skill title, but essentially we did not use it. Now it's not hurting, but of course, in normal scenario, we would just delete it because we're not using that class anyway. Just keep in mind that you have multiple ways how you can get the same job done, whether that would be adding a class for each and every element that you have. So that way you can have a specific class, or you can use a class for your parent element. In our case, that was the banner. And then you can just add the element. Now, one downside of the classes is going to be the fact that you're going to have to come up with unique class names. So not only you're going to have this skill class, but you would need to have a skill icon class, then skill title, as well as the skill text. So if you would be just using elements, of course, you would omit that, where you would only have one skill class, and then you would target the span, then you would target the heading 4, for example, if you would be adding styles, which we didn't, or you would be targeting the paragraph within the skill. So just remember that you have multiple ways how you can target elements in the CSS. Okay, next one up, we have about section, where we're going to have a 2-column layout, and we're going to have a zoom effect for the image. So as I'm hovering, notice we're going to be zooming in. Then we're also going to be changing the opacity and adding some border all around. And on the right hand side, we're going to have about info. So some kind of info about our T station with 2 headings as well as 2 paragraphs, and then the button. Now in this section, we're going to also introduce some global classes that we're going to reuse all throughout the project. So one of them is going to be section title, where notice we're going to have 2 headings and they're going to be styled in specific way. So we're going to place them in the div, and then we can reuse that div with that class all throughout our project. And the second one is going to be the actual section center, which is going to be responsible for creating the layout, whereas you're looking at it, in fact, all of them are going to be in one line. So notice we're going to have some kind of max width, whether that is going to be on a smaller screen, like so. And of course, in my case, I have zoomed in massively. But if I'm going to go, for example, to 100, you're going to notice that all the things are going to be exactly the same width, whether we're talking about on a smaller screen or once we get to a bigger screen. So we're going to set up some kind of container that is going to hold all these sections in one place. So those are going to be the 2 things that we're going to be creating as far as the global styles. But of course, there's going to be a bunch of other things that we're going to do just for that particular section. Now I'm going to go back to my zoom level to 175 once I have showed what we're going to be creating. And then in this case, in the index HTML, I would want to add some comments here. So we're going to go with about, we're going to copy and paste. We're going to say end of about, and then we're going to have a section. And in this case, I'm not going to add a class because I'm not going to use it to style the section, let's say the whole section altogether. So we might as well skip it since we already have the comments there anyway. So we have our section. Then we're going to be looking for section center. So that is going to be the container that we create later and add as a class in the global CSS. So we're going to go with section center. And also we're going to add right away our clear fix. Now, why we're adding the clear fix? Because 2 of the articles that we're going to have in the section center, in our about section center, we are going to float to the left. And remember, we want to make sure that the content that's coming after the section is not going to be wrapping around them. That's why we're using right away clear fix class, which by the way is already in our global CSS. Now let me create 2 articles right away. Now I'm going to add maybe here the comments just so we know what's happening about IMG. And I'm just going to add the name as I would have for my class, just so we can see the difference, and then copy and paste. And the second one is going to be about info. About info. And like I said, we're going to be adding the same classes as far as the values. So we're going to go with about IMG and about info. About info. Now, once we have added these classes within the article, we first are going to have a div. Now, why are we creating a div? Because as we're going to be hovering, we're going to have to create that just so we can have this zoom effect. So we're going to be scaling our image, and I want to make sure that, in fact, not only our image gets bigger, but we contain it. So otherwise, if we wouldn't have that container, well, then the image would be just get bigger. But if we would want to set up the zoom effect, that's the reason why we're going to use our container. So I'm going to go with about image container. Let's add this class. Of course, I'm creating a div, and the class is going to be, I'm sorry, about picture container, not about div container, about picture container. And then within the div, we're going to have the image right away with about picture class, about picture class. Now we have a source. So let's look for our images. Now, in this case, we're not in a CSS file. We're in the same folder. So I can just say /, then look for images. And then as far as the image that I'm looking for is about BCG. And then for the alternative, let's just write T kettle, like so. We can save it. And the awesome thing that's going to happen is that our image is not going to be spanning outside the screen. So we're not going to have to do any horizontal scrolling. Why? Because we already have the global styles that made sure that the image width was 100%. And then the images, all the images were display block. And then after that, we're going to have our article, of course. That would be our about info. And then in here, let's create that section title, the actual container that we're going to reuse. Or you can say the global class we're going to actually reuse. So section title, we're going to copy and paste in this case. And then let's write end of section title. End of section title. Now I'm going to create this as a div with a class of section title, like so. And then within that div, we're going to place a heading 3, about, and then our. So this is going to be the case where as we're going to be reusing this class, this div with a class, we're just going to change different text. That's all. So we're going to be just changing these values within the headings. That's all. Because the class is going to be the global class. So we're not going to have to touch the CSS again, unless we would want to have something specific. So we're going to go with T station, like so. We can save it. And then, of course, we just have 2 headings since we haven't added any styling yet. Then after this section title, still within the article, we're going to have 2 paragraphs. And the class is going to be about text. And I don't know, I'm going to go with lorem. And we're going to go with, I don't know, 15 words, something like that. We can save it. And since I would want 2 of them, let's copy and paste. So we're going to have 2 of them. And then lastly, as far as index HTML, we're just going to add a link to about HTML page that doesn't exist yet, but eventually we're going to create it. So we create our link. Then the actual address is about HTML. That's the page we're looking for. And since I would want to add right away styles to my link, remember we had a button class. So I'm just going to go with BTN. And then we're just going to write learn more. And you can nicely notice that right away I'm going to have all my styles because I already have the class. That's it. That's all I have to do. And once I'm done setting up my index HTML, next we're going to switch gears and start working in the styles CSS. Beautiful. We have the HTML in place. Now in the style CSS, first of all, let's grab our comments just so we have some kind of grouping here. And then in here, we're going to write about. Let's just write about. And I'm going to start with a global styles. And 2 things that I would want to add is the wrapper. So the wrapper class that I had for the section center. And I also would want to set up right away my section title. I think section title is going to be a bit more straightforward. So I'm just going to scroll up, look for my global styles. Then I have, of course, my button. I have the clear fix. And right after the clear fix, we're going to go with a section title. Now in the section title, what 2 elements I had in there? I believe I had the heading 3, correct? And then I also had the heading 2. Now I'm not going to do anything with the heading 2. So heading 2 can stay however it is from my previous global styles. Remember when we were setting up our headings. Now the heading 3, I would want to change again the font family as well as the color. So in this case, I'm going to go heading 3, and then we're going to change the font family to our secondary. So the variable name was FF secondary, and also I would want to change the color to our primary color. So we're going to go with primary. Now, in this case, I selected the fonts, so my apologies. We're going to go with hyphen hyphen, and then we're going to have a color, and we're going to save that as primary. So now notice my section title right away has this heading 3 as a secondary font, as well as the primary color. And this is going to be our class that we're going to reuse all throughout our document. Now, the one thing that I would want to add here is going to be section title. So I'm just going to target the actual div, the actual class, and we're just going to add some margin in the bottom. So we're going to go with margin bottom, and that is going to be 2 REMs. And each and every time we would want to add the section title for our following sections, we're just going to have that div. We're going to add our headings, and our styles are going to be right away there. Now, the other thing that I would want to add is my wrapper for all my sections. And I'm just going to show you because I think it's going to be easier for you to understand. So first of all, remember the class name. It was section center. So first we're going to select it. And I'm just going to add some padding here because I would want to have consistency throughout my sections. So I'm just going to say top, bottom, 4 REMs, and left and right is going to be 0. So notice how I'm right away getting the padding for my section. Okay, good. Then I also want to set the width for the small screen. And on a small screen, I would want all my sections to have a width of 85%. So I'm going to go with width, 85%. And remember, the actual values were view widths, like so. And now, of course, my sections are going to be 85%. Now, how do I know that all my sections are going to be like that? Well, all my sections are going to be like that because for the following sections, we're going to add that particular class, section center. Now, we didn't need to add it for the skills because the layout didn't require that. But for the following sections, since we're setting up right now our global class, we're just going to use our section center just so all our sections look exactly the same as far as the actual container. And then since I would want to place it in the center, I'm going to go with margin. Then remember, since it is a block level element, now we need to go with margin left and right auto. But we also can, of course, add any kind of vertical margin as well. Now, in my case, I'm not going to add the vertical margin. I'm just going to go with margin 0, and then left and right is going to be auto. So now what happens is, again, my section container is always going to be 85%. It is always going to have the padding top, bottom, 4 REMs, and it's always going to be in the bottom. Now, it's going to really look good on a smaller screen, but the problem is as the actual screen size is going to get bigger, 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 at some point, it is just going to get too big. And the way we can limit that is if we add max width for our section center. So we're going to say max width is going to be 1170 pixels. And the moment we're going to do that, essentially, we're just going to make sure that all our sections have the same width, as long as we're going to be using the section center. So starting from the smaller screen, the actual width is going to be 85%, but then the max width for our container is going to be 1170 pixels. And then also I would want to change once I get to 992, I would want to increase the width for my container. I wouldn't want it to be 85. In fact, I would want it to be a bit more bigger. So we're going to be setting up here the media query, media screen, and the min width is going to be 992. So let's set this up, 992 pixels. And then, of course, we're going to go for our class, section center, and we're just going to set the width to be 95%. So we're going to make it a bit bigger once we get to 992 pixels. However, remember that we still have our max width. So we're going to limit the max width for our container by just changing this value. And then, of course, in this case, we need to use view width, but I'm also would want to add a little bit more padding on left and right. Because at the moment, I just have padding for top bottom. But once I get to the bigger screen, I would want to get padding, not only top bottom, but also left and right. And that is going to be 1 rem. So those would be our global classes. And once we're done setting up the global classes, next we're going to return to our about section. Let me just navigate there. And then as far as the about section, first of all, I would want to add some padding in between both articles, because at the moment, notice how we don't have any space in between them. And the way we can do that is by just selecting both of them, about img, then comma, about info, and then we would want to add padding, top bottom for both of them, and 0 on left and right. And now we have some distance in between them. Then we're going to start working with our container. And first of all, we were going to set up some kind of background. So let's just go with about. Then we're going to go with picture and then container. Remember, that was our class. And first of all, I would want to set up some kind of background. And then as far as the background, we're going to go with our primary color. So let's just look for our primary color. Okay. Then we're going to add border, and that is going to be 0.5 rems solid. And again, we're going to use our primary color. So var, and then hyphen, and then color primary. Let's save that. And now, of course, we have our border. And also, I would want to right away set some kind of max width, because one thing that I don't like is the fact that my image is just going to be using all the time this 100%. Now, of course, that is really neat since my image is not spanning bigger than the actual parent container, but in some cases is just going to be annoying. So I would want to set up some kind of max width for my container as well, where I'm going to say, you know what, do whatever you want, but don't get bigger than 30 rems. So I'm going to go with max width, and that is going to be equal to 30 rems. So in this case, I know that my image container is never going to be bigger than 30 rems. And in essence, also that means that since my image is always going to be 100%, it's also never going to be bigger than 30 rems. Now let's set up the transition. So as we're hovering, I would want to change two things. I would want to change the opacity for my image, and I also would want to actually scale my image. Now, since this is going to be happening as we're going to be hovering over the container, we would want to set up the actual transition for the about picture, because both of the things are going to be changing for the picture. So as I'm going to be hovering over the container, I'm going to be changing something about the image. So we would need to add the transition for the image. By the way, there's going to be one more property here for the overflow, and you're going to see in a second why. So let me add extra stuff, because we're just going to add that in a second, because I would want you to see why we're adding that. So first of all, let's select our picture, essentially our image, and let's just say transition, because I would want those changes to happen over time. So we're going to go with our transition. Okay, that's good. And now let's set up our hover effect. So about, then I have picture container. And as I'm hovering over the picture container, what I would want to do with my picture, with my image. So first of all, let me select it. I'm going to say picture. And then, like I said, I would want to change the opacity. And you're going to see in a second why, because I would want to show you the green background. So in this case, I'm going to say opacity is going to be 0.5. Remember, by default, opacity is 1. That's the reason why I don't need to add here for my image opacity of 1, because it is there by default. And then remember, we had transform. And in this case, I would want to use scale 1. So I would want to scale my image. And I'm just going to scale it 1.2. Now notice, as I'm going to save it, my image is going to get bigger. So that's first thing. And then the second one, I'm going to get that background. Now, one problem right now is that my image is essentially escaping the container as it is getting bigger. That's the reason why we're adding this extra stuff, where for the parent container, we're just going to say overflow hidden. So now what's going to happen, even though we're still going to be scaling the image, you're going to notice that the image is not going to be escaping the container. So we're just going to be zooming in. And since we're changing the opacity, notice how I can see the actual green color that we added for the container. So that's how we can set up this type of effect. And once we have set that up, we only need to work with our text, and then we're going to start working on our column layout. So let's write about text. Remember, both paragraphs had that. And we're going to go with a max width of 26 REMs. Why we're doing that? Because I don't like the fact that my paragraphs are spanning all across the screen. So we're just going to set up some kind of max width. And also, I would want to add the gray shade. So in this case, I'm going to go with this 5, the gray with a value of 5, and we're looking for this guy. So we have color gray 5. And save that, and notice how my text right now has that gray color. And now, of course, like I said, we would want to set up our 2-column layout. So once we get to the bigger screen, even though, of course, we have our container, notice how right now we have this 1170. And you know what? By the way, even though I should have done that before, let me just scroll up, and it's probably going to be easier if we use the background for the time being. We're going to delete that, but for the time being, if we, let's say, background red. Now notice how my container is going to be 85%. So that's going to be a smaller screen. Then it's going to get bigger, 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 bigger. Then it's going to be at some point 95%. And then eventually we're going to have our max width of 1170. So that's the case. So now notice, doesn't matter how big the screen size gets, you can clearly see that our container is not going to get bigger than 1170. And since I'm going to be adding this container to the rest of the sections, that is going to be the way how we're going to achieve this look, that if I'm looking at my sections, essentially they're going to be all in one line. That's all we're doing. And let me zoom back in. I'm sorry, I probably should have added this color before. My apologies. I'm going to head back and I'm going to delete that, but hopefully this gives you a clear understanding of what we're doing. Now we already have the button, so that is settled. But like I said, I would want to set up my floats, where as the screen size gets bigger, then I would want to have a 2-column layout. And in this case, I'm going to go with media, again, screen, and then and starting from 992. So let's write min width is going to be 992 pixels. Then I'm going to select both of them, both of my articles. And remember the classes, it was about IMG as well as about info, both of them like so. And then I'm going to float them to the left. Now remember, we already have the clear fix here, so I don't need to worry about that. And the only thing that I would want to set up is some kind of width. And since I would want a 2-column layout, it's very simple. We're just going to add 50%. Now let's test it out. This is our T station. So this is going to be a smaller screen size. Notice they are stacked one on top of each other. And once we get to the bigger screen size, now, of course, we have this 2-column layout. Now, one problem right now is that once we get to 992, notice how there's just going to be no spacing in between. And what I would want to do is just add some kind of padding here for the about info. And that's how I'm going to solve that. So I'm going to go with about, and then we're going to go with info, and the padding left is going to be 2 REMs, or maybe we can add more. You can add 4 REMs if you want. It doesn't really matter. Whatever you would want that initial distance to be once we get to that 992, because notice, since we set up some kind of max width for our image, it's not going to get, in fact, bigger. It's always going to stay with that max width. So that way, as our screen size is increasing, we are already getting this distance anyway. So we're just talking about that initial point once we get to 992. So if you would want to add more, let's say 4 REMs, you can add 4 REMs. In my case, I'm just going to keep with 2 REMs. And successfully, we created our about section. All right, once we're done with about section, next one up, we have our product section. And what's really cool about this section that we're going to create a nested column layout where we're going to have one column for info and then one big column for all 3 products. Now, within the products column, we're also going to create 3 separate columns for each and every product. Now, before we start typing out any kind of HTML, what I would also like to do is just make this button a bit more smaller. So if I'm looking at my current recording, if I keep on scrolling, notice that the button looks kind of big. So even though I like big buttons, what I would like to do is head actually to a button. By the way, the shortcut would be using Command F. So if you are in the style CSS and if you'd like to search for something, just type Command F. And then you can type, for example, button, which is, of course, our class. And then notice how it gives you 3 instances. And this would be the second out of 3. So we have our button here, then we have button hover, and then we have the banner button. Now I'm going to keep on pressing the enter. So the moment I'm going to come to the actual button, that's the one that I'm looking for. And the way I'm going to make this smaller is by just simply making a padding a bit more smaller. So instead of 0.75, it's going to be 375 top bottom, so 0.375. And then as far as left and right, we're going to go with 0.75. And also let's make the font size a bit more smaller. Well, remember for the whole body, we had 875 on a small screen. So that's how I'm going to have my font size. So I'm going to make this smaller. And I think now the button looks a bit better. Now in the index HTML, let's keep on scrolling down to a bottom. And then right after the about, of course, we're going to create our comments. And of course, the comments are going to be for the products. So let's go products, copy and paste, end of products. And then after the comments, let's actually start setting up our section. So we're going to go with section. Then we're going to add a class of products. And then in a section, I first would want a div with my section center container. Remember, that was the container that was responsible for the width of the whole section. So that way, of course, our project looks nicer, where each and every section is going to have the same exact width. Now let's create this div, so section center. And since I'm going to be creating right away a nested column layout, and I'm going to be using float for that, we can right away add a clear fix. Because again, let me reiterate. So we're going to have a nested column layout where this is going to be already 2 columns. So we need to make sure that anything that would come after one of the sections, or I guess more correctly, one of the columns, we need to clear it. So essentially anything that is coming after the columns, we need to make sure that it's not wrapping around. And also the same thing is going to be for each and every individual column here in the products, because we also need to make sure that just in case we are clearing everything that comes after these products. So this is going to be the first place where we're going to use the clear fix. And then as far as the actual columns, we're going to start with products info, and then we're going to have the products inventory. So right away, we're going to create 2 columns, and both of them are going to be articles. So let's write products info, then let's copy and paste. And this is going to be inventory, like so. Like I said, we're going to have a article here. So let's go with article. Then let's add a class. Class is going to be product info. Product info. And then also let's create another article. And this is going to be product inventory. So article, and we're going to go with product inventory. And then within the products info, we're going to start right away by adding the title. So again, this is going to be our title. The difference is going to be, of course, that we're just going to change whatever text we're placing within the title. But the class is going to be the same. And of course, the div is also going to be the same. And if you would want, you can copy and paste, or you can create it from the scratch. Now, in my case, I think it's going to be a bit more faster if I'm just going to copy and paste. And we're just going to keep on going down, down, down. Let's find our products info. Let's copy and paste. And now we have our section title. Like I said, what I would want for my actual content would be checkout and products. So let's write checkout, and then let's write our products. And let's see what we're going to have. Products. We can save that. And then right after that, we're going to create product text. So there's going to be a paragraph with a class of product text. So right after the end of section title, we can go with product text. And then, I don't know, let's go with 25 words or something like that. can save it. Of course, that is going to be our paragraph. And then we're going to have a link with our button class. And in this case, the link is going to be pointing to a products HTML. Again, the page we haven't created yet, but we're going to go with products HTML. Then let's add right away a class. And the class is going to be BTN. And then we're going to write inventory. So that should be a text within our link. And there you go. Now we right away have our button because, of course, we have already set up our class. Now, products inventory, like I said, is going to have 3 more columns inside this particular column. So probably now you can see a bit more clearer where we're going to have a products inventory. That is going to be 1 column. And then the second bigger column is going to be this products inventory. Now within the products inventory, this is where we're going to create 3 more separate columns. And that's the reason why, again, we're going to add this clear fix. So let's just save our clear fix class. And now for each and every product, we're going to create a div. Now I'm going to, again, create a comment because I just find it a bit more easier. Let me copy and paste. I'm going to say end of single product. And remember that we're going to have 3 of them. Technically, if you'd want more, of course, you can add more, but I'm going to go with 3. So this is going to be a div with a class of product. And then within div, let's start by actually setting up the image. So I'm going to go with image. Now, what would be the source? First of all, I'm going to head to images. And then in images, I'm just going to be looking for product number 1. As far as alternative, I'm just going to be a bit lazy and I'm going to write single product. And then let's add right away a class for our image. Let's say class product img. You can save it. And there you go. This is going to be our image. And as you can see, image fits nicely because, again, we have width of 100 and we already have some kind of width for the column because we are using our section center. And then after that, we're going to have 2 heading 4s. So right after the image, let's add a heading 4. And this is going to have a class of product title. And then in this case, let's just write ginger, peach, tea, or whatever name you'd want for your product. And then let's also add a price. So I'm going to go with product price. Of course, that is my heading 4. And then in here, I'm going to go with $6.99. $6.99. We can save it. And now we have the image as well as the actual name for the product and the price. And since I already have my comments, the only thing that I would need to do is just select everything from the starting comment to the ending comment, like so. 1, 2. Now we copied and pasted. And of course, we just need to switch some values here. So for the product, I already have the image with a value of product number 2. So let me just navigate there. Product number 2. As far as the name, I don't know. I was just wild guessing. And then I think in this case, I just went with the YT just because it seemed like a very interesting name. And you know what? My apologies. I went too far. Actually, this should be product number 3. So let me leave the YT, but let's just change this to product number 3. Now, it's not a big deal. Of course, you can have 3 and then 2 over here, but I think it's just going to make a bit more sense if this is going to be product number 2. And let's name it fruit sangria. So let me delete ginger peach tea and just like fruit sangria. We can save it. Now let's navigate to a bigger screen and let's see what we're going to have. Of course, we haven't added any kind of CSS, but we should have our 2 columns technically, because one is, of course, sitting on top of each other. And then we have 3 columns inside the second one, which again, we haven't added any CSS, but we should have the images. We should have, of course, our title as well as the price. And since the image is 100, that's the reason why images are going to be responsive. So as the screen size is going to increase, so will the images. And as we're going to be decreasing, also images are going to get smaller. Okay, HTML is good to go. Next, we have style CSS. Let me navigate down to a bottom. And then, of course, let me find, first of all, my comment. That is going to make a bit more sense if I'm going to have some kind of order here. So let me comment this and then copy and paste. And then, of course, I'm just going to rename this. We're going to go with products. Then, first, let's select product section. Remember, we had the actual class, and let's give it a background of gray. So let's go with background. Then remember, we had the actual variable, so var, and then we can go hyphen, and then we're looking for our gray one, and I'm going to be looking for gray 10. So in this case, we're going to have our gray background. Then I would like to add some padding for both of my first columns. So for the info as well as the inventory. Otherwise, as you can see, the button is right on top of my first image, and that's not what I would want. And essentially, there's multiple ways how we can do that. Remember, in the previous section, we used classes. Since again, we have product info as well as inventory, I could just say product info and product inventory, and then just add this padding of 2 REMs. Now, also, I can create a class in the global classes, and then just say that that could be some kind of padding class, and then I'm just going to keep on adding. And in one of the projects, we're definitely going to do that. Or we have even another option where I could just target articles. Remember, the products info as well as products inventory were articles. And those, in fact, were the only articles that the product has. So what we can do is in the style CSS, just to spice things up. In this case, I'm going to type products. Then we're going to type article. So now I'm selecting both articles. And then we're going to do the same thing, where we just go with 2 REMs and then 0. And then, of course, we're going to have a padding top bottom for both of our columns, for the info as well as the inventory. Now, within the info, we really only care about the text. So let me just select the text. That's the only thing we would need to style. And then we just go with text. And here we're going to go with different color. So we're going to go with var, or you know what, let's do the shortcut. Or again, we just type hyphen hyphen, and then we're going to be looking for the shade of gray that has the value of 5. So let me change this around. And of course, right now my products text should be there. Now let me double check. For some reason, I don't see that going gray. Let me see products info, and then I have product text. So as you can see, it's very easy to make a mistake. I went with products text. So let me save it. And now, of course, now I have the correct shade. And then also I would want to add some kind of max width, because I wouldn't want this paragraph to be spanning all across. If you're looking at the finished project, you're going to notice that it's nicely, and by the way, that's not the one. Let me keep on scrolling and notice how the paragraph is not going to be spanning all across. Unlike our current version, where again, we have this paragraph spanning all across. And then we're going to add some kind of max width, of course, for that. So we're going to go with 26 REMs. And once we have set max width for our product text, next I would want to work with my image. So I would want to add some kind of radius here. I'd want to add some kind of margin, as well as set some kind of height. So in this case, I'm going to look for my product image. So let's go with product. And then the actual class was IMG. So product IMG. First of all, let's start working with border radius. And remember, we had the variable already there. So I'm just going to go with radius. I can save it. And now I have nice border radiuses for my image. And then I can go with margin bottom. And in this case, I'm going to go with 2 REMs. And then why don't we also add some kind of height? So I'm going to go with 17 REMs. So that is going to be my image. But we can already see that once we add the height, we're starting to distort our images. And remember, what would be the property that would be able to fix that? And the property name was object fit. So we can go with object fit, and then we can go with cover, and now we're not distorting the images anymore. Now also, let's add some kind of different color for the product price. So let's go with product price, and for that, I'm going to have a primary color. So color, and in this case, we're going to go with primary. So hyphen hyphen, then let's look for the primary. And now, of course, now we have different color. And then, you know what? Also, I would want to add some kind of margin for each and every product. Because as you can see, right now, we're still stacking our products one on top of each other. So let me just select product. And in this case, I could technically, of course, select the class here. But in my case, I'm going to go above, or you know what, below product text. So this way I know that this should be for my product info, and now I'm working with inventory. So in my case, I'm going to go with product, and then let's go with margin, bottom, and then to REMs. And of course, the moment we add that, we have clearly our margins in the bottom. And now we're going to start floating. So now we're going to start setting up our column layout. So be alert and don't fall asleep. So first, we're going to set up some kind of media query, and I'm going to go with 768. So media, screen, and in this case, we're going to go with min, width, and I'm going to go with 768. Let's add these pixels here, and now let's look at our plan. So first of all, what I would like to do, well, first, I actually would want to work with my product columns. So I'm going to leave these ones, the first two, the info and inventory, alone. So first of all, I would want to set up a 2-column layout where I have the products. So it should look like this. Once we get to 768, I would want to get this 2-column layout. How we can achieve that? Well, we have the product, correct? So we're targeting each and every product because each and every div, the product div, have this class, and then we're just going to float them to the left. So we're going to say float and left. Now let me show you what we're going to have in the current setup. Let me make this bigger, and then of course nothing is happening. Okay, so we floated, nothing happened. What to do next? Well, now we're going to have to come up with some kind of width. So we're going to go with the width, and the width is going to be 50%. So the moment I save the width, now what happens? Now I have 2-column layout. So of course I have first 2 products because I have 2-column layout. If I would go with 3-column layout, then of course I would have 3 products. But the key here is that I don't have any kind of spacing in between. And there's multiple ways how we can add that. But in my case, we're going to go with padding right, and we're going to go with 2 REMs. As a side note, in the next section, when we're going to be working with our cards, we're going to take a look at another way how we can set up these distances, in this case, using the margin. So in this case, we use the padding, but then in the next section, we're going to take a look at the margin example. And then my next actual task is going to be setting up a 3-column layout. So I would want a 2-column layout once I reach 768, but then once I reach 992, in fact, for my products, I would want to have a 3-column layout. Keep in mind, at the moment, we're doing nothing with an info as well as the inventory. So we're leaving those columns alone. We're just working with our products. So the easiest way how I can do that is just copy and paste like so. So this is going to be my media query. Then I'm going to set this to 992. Remember, we already starting from 768. So I only need to rewrite the width because that is going to be the only thing that changes. So the float can go away since I already set it from 768. The padding also is not necessary because we already set it up starting from 768. Now the only difference is going to be the width. So in this case, I'm going to go with a width of 33.3% and save it. And now, of course, I'm going to have a 3-column layout once I get to 992. So again, we have a 1-column layout. Okay, good. That's how our products are going to look like. And of course, the smaller the screen, the smaller the image is going to be. But then as the screen gets bigger, also our images get bigger. But then once we get to 768, then we have our 2-column layout. Awesome. And then once we get to 992, that's when we have 3-column layout. Again, technically, you can set up right away a 3-column layout here. The only difference why I'm doing that on a bigger screen, because I think that the products look better if my images are actually a little bit bigger as well, if they're not really, really tiny. And then lastly, why don't we set up our main columns? So that is going to be our products as well as the inventory, or I guess more properly should be our info and then our inventory. So how we're going to do that? Well, for this one, we're going to set up another media query, but it's going to be for the bigger screen. Now I can just copy and paste one of them just because I'm a bit lazy retyping it. So let me copy and paste. Now the actual screen size is going to be 1200. So that is going to be my breakpoint. And then once we reach 1200, what would I want? Well, first of all, remember we had products info and products inventory. So let's go with products info. And now we just need to decide what would be the width that we want. So I'm going to float it to the left, the info, and I'm going to give it a width of 30%. So let's go with width, and we're going to go with 30%. So now we're setting our info to be 30% once we get to 1200. And then we're going to set our inventory to be 70%. So again, we can just skip a bit and copy and paste. And we're just going to change this from info to inventory. And then we're going to change the actual width. So now we're going to have a 70%. And let's check it out, what we're going to have. And successfully, we have created a 2-column layout where one column is going to be for the info and then one for the inventory. And then within the inventory, we already had a 3-column layout on a bigger screen size where each and every product had the column. Now, the one thing that is bugging me though is the fact that we have no distance in between. So as you can see, we have columns right next to each other. So again, we have an option of course, adding some kind of margin here. This is what we're going to cover in the next section. But in this case, since I would want to remove the margin for the product, I might as well just add some kind of padding around all my images, just to make them a bit more smaller. Again, keep in mind, you have multiple options. You can also set up a different width and use the margin, which by the way, again, we're going to cover in the next section, just because I would want to show you multiple things and multiple ways how we can achieve the same way. So that way you can pick and choose whichever option makes most sense to you. So in my case, I'm going to leave this the way it is, just so you can see that you can set up 30 and then 70 and then work, in fact, with a paddings to achieve the actual distance in between the columns. But of course, you still have an option of using margins as well. Now, like I said, the reason why I'm selecting the product, since I would want to remove the margin. Remember, when we were setting up the margin in between the products, the reason for that was because on a smaller screen, they were stacked one on top of each other. Correct? That's the reason why we added the margin. But then once we get to the bigger screen size, there's really no need for this particular margin. So I can go for the product. So now I'm selecting the product. Margin bottom, I'm going to set it equal to 0. So now I don't have that margin. And then also I'm going to add right away some kind of padding here. So I'm going to go with padding. There's no padding for top bottom, but left and right, I'm just going to add 1 rem. So now I have two things. I have a bit more distance in between the columns the moment we set up 2-column layouts, like so. And then the second one, there's going to be a bit more distance in between the columns themselves. So successfully, we created our product section where we set up a nested column layout. All right, product is complete. And up next, we have services, where again, we have a 3-column layout. Then in each and every column, we have the card. There we have the image. We have some kind of icon where we're going to use the position absolute, as well as some more info about the services, title, paragraph, and we're going to have a button that is going to be placed in the card. And again, we're going to use our generic button class, but then we're going to add some extra styling just so our button looks a bit different than what we already have in our previous sections. Now we're going to start, as always, with index.html. So let me navigate to end of products. Then let's create comment. And then we're going to call this services. Copy and paste, of course, and off services. And let's create a section with a class. You guessed it, services. Section services. And there you go. Now we have our section. Now within a section, first of all, I'm right away going to get my title. And why don't we use the shortcut for that? So let's go with Command F, and then let's look for section title. So this is going to be my title. And then of course, that way I don't need to navigate up and down. I can right away just find my title. So I'm going to press escape. I don't need the suggestion anymore. Let me copy and paste my title and let me navigate down again. We're going to copy and paste, but in this case, we're also going to add one more class in my title because I would want to customize a bit. So again, I would want to still use the base styles that I have for the section, but then I also would want to customize a bit, where we're going to go with services, and then we're going to call this title. So that's going to be our specific title. And you're going to see that, of course, as we start working with CSS. And then right after the title, we're going to set up our div with a class of section center. So let's go with section center. And then since we're going to be creating a multi-column layout again, we're going to have 3 columns. We're going to have to use the clear fix. So everything that is coming after the columns is not wrapping around them. So we're going to go with section center, and we're going to use our clear fix class. And then within the div, we're going to create 3 cards. And then for each and every card, why don't we add a single card comment, copy and paste. And in this case, end of single card. And then we're going to go with article. Then we're going to add some kind of class here. Class is going to be service card. And then within the article, first of all, we're going to have the image. But then in this case, the image is going to be in the container. Now, the reason for that is because we're going to use that container to place that icon here in the bottom. So that's why we're going to have the article. And then within the article, let's just start with a div, and the class is going to be service image, and we're going to have a container. So within that div, now we're going to actually place our image. So let me add actually here the comment, because that way it is going to be easier. So first of all, I would want to have comment for image container, and then I'm going to have my image. So let me add my image here. As far as the image, let's go with image tag. Then we're going to have the source of images, then product 1. I'm just going to be a bit lazy where I'm just going to reuse the same images. Then also let's add a class. Class is going to be service image. And then as far as alternative, we're going to go with single service. Okay. Now we have our image, and then we would want the icon. So that is important. Image as well as the icon need to be within the container, because we're going to use our container actually to style our icon and place it in the bottom of our image. So let me add a comment. Let me keep on scrolling. Of course, that is our section. And you know what? I did forget to actually change the values here. My apologies. Let's take a quick detour. We're going to have explore, and then we're going to go with our services. So we're going to have our services. And then we're going to save it, of course, and now text is correct. And then, like I said, right after the image, we're going to have our icon. So let's have the image, then let's write service icon. And then as far as the icon, we're going to have a span, and the span is going to have a class of service icon. And then within the span, we're going to place our icons. Now, again, I'm not going to attempt right now to actually pronounce whatever the icon is. I'm just going to go with FAS, FA, mortar. And then remember, we already had this icon one before, like so. And then I also would want to add a class that is coming from the font awesome. And that class is FA. And then we have F and W. We can save it. And what this class is doing, essentially, it is just creating icons as fixed. Because what we need to understand is that once we're going to be setting up these circles, we need to make sure that all the icons actually have the same dimensions, because that way it's just going to look a bit better. So that's the case where we're just going to be using this FW class from Font Awesome, where essentially, regardless of how the icon looks, it's going to have the fixed width. Now we have the service icon. Okay, that's good. And now outside of this div, outside of the image container, please don't place it within the container. We're going to have the service info. So service info. Now this is just going to be, again, our title, our paragraph, as well as the button. So we're going to go first of all with a div, and the class is going to be service info. And then within the service info, why don't we have a heading 4, custom recipes. And then we're going to have a paragraph with 15 words. So let's go with lorem 15. And then right after that, why don't we have our button? So let me save it. That should do it. We have the title, we have the actual text. Now, don't think that right now the icon is actually outside. It is still within the container. It just looks like it's stacked one on top of each other. And technically it is, but when we're going to do our styling, that's of course when we're going to fix that. And then the last thing that I want to place within this div, within the service info div, is my button. So I'm going to go with A. So that is going to be my link. Now the link is going to navigate to product HTML. Again, page we haven't created yet. And then we're going to go with class BTN. And then we're going to get our generic styles, of course, from our BTN class. But then we're going to add our own styles using the service BTN. So the same how we add a title, and then we're going to be adding our own styles using this class. Well, we're going to do the same with the buttons. And then within the button, let's just write, I don't know, read more. Let's save it. And now I have my button. Now I had 3 columns, correct? So of course, now I'd want to copy and paste that card. So let me grab the card. Let me look for end of the card, where it is. Let me keep on going. Let me actually copy that, and 1 and 2. Now let me scroll up just so I can find my second one. So this is going to be my first product. Then I'm going to have the second one. So where I have the actual single card. And then in the bottom, of course, I'm going to have my third one. So let me go with product number 2. Then the icon is going to be much more simpler as far as pronunciation. So we're going to go with FA home. And then the title is going to be home delivery. So we're going to go with home delivery. And then next one, the third one, is just going to be a mug. So let me keep on scrolling. First of all, it's going to be product number 3. And then as far as the icon, we're going to have a mug and hot. So that's the icon name. Let's keep on scrolling. That is, of course, our mug. And then we're going to just type here tea aging. Let me add that and we should be good to go. So tea aging. And now, of course, we have our HTML, so we can start styling. Okay, with our HTML out of the way, we are going to switch gears and we're just going to start working with CSS. Now, first of all, let me find my comments just so we can have some kind of structure. So let me look for my products, then copy and paste. I'm going to navigate down and then there we go. We have our products, but of course, we're going to change it to services. Now, the first one that we're going to do is we're going to work with our title. Because remember, for the title, we added the class. Now, what changes I would want to add to my title? I would want to have some kind of margin on the top, because that's not for the global class, as well as margin in the bottom. However, it's going to be negative, just so we have less distance here. And then also, I would want to align it in the center. Now, first of all, let me find my generic one. So let me again use my find. So Command F. And then let's type section title. That is going to give me 2 instances. Notice I have 1 out of 2. And then, of course, I have section title. And as you can see, we still have the secondary. We're going to keep that as well as the primary. However, I don't want the margin in the bottom, and I would want to add some extra styles. That's the reason why we added the class. Now, again, let me navigate down. I'm going to target services title. So not section title, but services title. Like so. So we're going to go with title. And then, like I said, margin top is going to be 4 REMs. So we're going to add some margin to the top of our title. Otherwise, well, our title is just going to be jammed there on the top. Then we would want to add margin on the bottom. However, this one is going to be negative because we already have some kind of padding since we're using section center. Remember, that was another one of those global classes. So let me go with negative 4 REMs. Now, if you're going to look at it, if we're going to try to find it, so section center, notice we already added the padding. And since we're using that container, that's the reason why we had so much space. Now, later for each and every card, I'm also going to add some margin, just so they're not stacked one on top of each other. That's the reason why I'm going negative 4 REMs, and you're going to see that in a second. And also, I would want to place it in the center. Because previously, our titles were aligned left because we didn't care. And then in this case, we would want to place it in the center. That's why, again, let me navigate down. Where is my services title? We're going to go with text align, and we're going to align it in the center. Then, like I said, we're going to start working with cards. And when I say card, what I mean is that card is going to be our image. So right now our image is of course massive, but once we set up the column layout, it's going to be smaller. Then of course our icon, then title, then paragraph, as well as the button. But what we're targeting is the whole card, this whole article. And what I would want is add, first of all, some kind of margin, like I said, so we have some distance in between. Let me keep scrolling. Notice this is going to be our card, and let me target it first. So service card. And then what I would want is margin, and then margin top bottom is going to be 2 REMs and 0 on right. So now we have some distance in between the title, of course, as well as we're going to have some distance in between the cards. Now also I would want to add some kind of border radius, but before I add that, why don't we add some kind of background? So background, and I'm going to go with the lightest shade of gray. So we're going to go with hyphen, hyphen, and then we're looking for the gray, and that's the background that I'm going to have. So now I can clearly see where are my cards. And next, I would want to set up some kind of border radius. So we're going to go with border radius, and then in this case, we're going to go with our variable. So hyphen, hyphen, and then we have the radius. And for some reason, I added the gray color. That's not what I wanted. So let me go with the radius, and we should have the radius. Now we're not going to have radius here on the top because we have the image. So separately for the image, we're going to have to set up radiuses for top left corner and top right corner. And then what else we would want for the service card? Well, I would want to have some kind of box shadow. So there should be some kind of shadow. And we're going to go with box shadow, as well as the value, well, 0. So nothing on x-axis, then 5 pixels on a y-axis, 15 pixels blur. And as far as the color, RGBA, and we're going to go with 000, so black color, and then 0.1. So that is going to be our box shadow. Now, as we are going to be hovering, we're going to increase that box shadow a bit. So first of all, let me target service card, then hover, and then we're just going to copy and paste. So let me grab this particular property with a value, and then in this case, we're just going to change this around a bit, where I'm going to go to 0.2. So as I'm hovering, notice how we're increasing that. Now, the problem right now is that these changes are happening instantly, and that's not what we would want. Remember, we had a transition property, and then in this case, we have already value for transition in our global CSS. So I can just add that and check it out. Now those changes are happening over time. Now, I also think it would be cool if we would have some kind of scale. So essentially, we would just increase the size of the card, and we can do that by using transform. Then we can use scale, and I'm going to use a very, very subtle one. So we're going to go with 0.5. Let's see how big or small that is going to be. Notice how our card is increasing in size. You know what? I think it's still too big, so I'm going to go with 1.02. And now, of course, we're just increasing the size a bit. And once we're done working with the whole card, now I'd want to target individual images. So we're going to go with service img, since that is the class name. And I'm right away going to add the class. So I'm going to go with 17 REMs. And again, we can see that right away we're distorting our images. And in order to fix that, we already know that we can use object fit. And we have a value for the cover. Now I'm not going to use contain, sorry. We're going to go for the cover. And then, of course, our images are not going to be distorted. And we're going to have our nice height. Now, for the images, remember, we needed to add those border radiuses. Now, if I'm just going to go with border radius, and I'm just going to add my radius value, you're going to notice that there's going to be a tiny issue. Now, what is that issue? Because we're getting these radiuses also here in the bottom. And that's not what we want. So we'd want the radiuses on the top for the image, but we wouldn't want it in the bottom. So bottom should be flat. And the way we fix that is instead of selecting the whole radius, we go with border, top, and then we have, of course, the option left or right. In this case, we're going to go with left. And then again, we're going to look for hyphen hyphen and radius. We can copy and paste. And instead of the left one, we're going to look for the right one. Save it. And now we have nice border radiuses only on the top. Then we have the service info. Now, what was the service info? Well, that was in fact a div that had the heading 4, paragraph, as well as the button. And you notice how we're not going to be working with a icon yet, because I would want to set a separate video for that, since we're going to have to use again position absolute, position relative, place it here, then use some kind of transformation and all that. So I think it's better if we spend a separate video on that. That's the reason why we're just going to be dealing with a service info, and then we're going to leave the actual icon for the next video. So let me first of all target the service info, and then in this case, we're just going to have text align center. So everything is going to be aligned in a center. Then we're going to add some kind of padding. Now the top padding is going to be 3 REMs. Then the right one is going to be 1 REM. Then the bottom one is going to be 2.5 REMs. And then the actual left one is also going to be 1 REM. So this is going to be our info. And then within the info, we have the paragraph, correct? And then of course we can check if we don't have the class. Now we're going to have to use service info and then target the paragraph. So we're going to go with service info, and then we have the paragraph. And I would want to add some kind of max width. So again, it's not spanning all across. And I don't know, I'm going to go with 20 REMs. And also let's add the color. Let's say that we're going to have a color, and that particular color is going to be, you guessed it, a gray one. So let's go with color. Then we're going to go hyphen hyphen. Of course, we have an option for 5. And in this case, I lost my suggestion. So again, let me look for the gray of value 5. Now I went with 10, but I should have went with 5. And then of course, we're going to have right now our text that is going to be gray. Now let me double check. Since I would want this particular paragraph in the center, I would need to add a margin. So let me add margin, and then top bottom is going to be 0. We're not going to be adding any kind of margin, but left and right is going to be auto. Now what is going to happen right now, of course, our paragraph is going to be in the center. And now let me add a few more things for my button. So like I said, we already have generic styles that we're getting from the button, but since I would want to customize the actual button to be much more smaller, since it is sitting in a card, and also I would want to add some border radiuses, that's why we added service button class. So let me actually target that. Service, then hyphen, BTN, and then we're going to have a font size. So we're going to go with the smaller one, 0.75. Then we're going to have some kind of padding. So we're going to go with text transform, and then we're going to capitalize it. So of course, we're not going to have our uppercase anymore. Also, we're going to have the padding, like I said, 0.375. And then the actual left and right is going to be 0.5 REMs. So a little bit less on left and right. Then border radius is just going to be our radius value. So we're going to go with border radius, and that is going to be hyphen hyphen radius. And lastly, we have a font weight, and that is going to be 400. So it's going to be a bit more smaller. And then lastly, after the font weight, we're going to add some margin to the top, and it's going to be 1.25 REMs. Okay, that looks good. And now we're going to be setting up, of course, our columns. So essentially, that is going to be a look on a smaller screen, but then as the screen size is going to increase, we're going to be setting up our columns. Now, in order to do that, we need to have a media screen, and we're going to go with a min width, and then we need to decide what would be the breakpoint. And I guess I would want a 2-column layout starting from 768. So first of all, we need to target the service card, like so. And then let's just double check whether we added the clear fix. Yep, we did. Remember, we had a section center, and then we added the clear fix. So that way, again, all the rest of the content is not going to be flowing around. In fact, we have clear both that is coming from the clear fix. And then I would want to float left each and every card. And this is going to be the case where we're going to be using margins in order to create some kind of spacing. So first of all, let's have a float. We're going to float it to the left. And then I know that my max is going to be 100%, correct? So let me add a comment here, 100%. So if I'm going to have two of them, so two column layout, if I'm going to set my service card to be 50%, that of course is going to equal my 100%. But what if we would set each and every card to be 45? What would be the value then? Well, that should be 90%. Okay. So that gives me what? That gives me 10% where I can add for each and one of them a margin. So that still gives me a total of 100. But instead of using 50% for each and every card, I'm going to use 45 plus those 5% for my margin. So let me add first of all the width. And in this case, I'm going to go with width of 45%. And then we're going to go with our margin, right? And that is going to be equal to a 5%. So in this case, now we're going to have a two column layout. We're going to have space between. However, we're not using the padding. In fact, we are using the margin. And in a similar way, we can set up a three column layout where we're going to copy and paste our media query. So let's copy and paste. Then we're going to decide what is going to be the screen size. So in this case, we're going to start with 992. Then we're still targeting each and every service card. We already floated them to the left. That is already done. So we don't really need this rule. But then we still would need to come up with what is going to be the width and what is going to be the margin, right? So we have a three column layout. Again, what is the max? Well, the max is 100%. So how we can split this up in three equal columns? Well, I could set them up as width of 30%. So each card is going to be 30%. And then margin right is going to be for each and every one of them a 3.333%, something like that. So that is going to give me 100%. So let me just change these values where the width is going to be 30%. And then the margin on the right is going to be this one. Save it. And now once we're going to get to a bigger screen size, like so, now we're going to have our three column layout. And then once we are done setting up our columns and working with the cards, next I would want to switch gears and in fact start talking about our icons. Because what I would like to do is set up this icon here in the bottom, just like I have in my finished project, and then create some border around, in fact, add some coloring and all that good stuff. Excellent. We're making an awesome progress on the services section. And the last thing that we would want to fix is the icon. So currently our icons are just sitting underneath the image. But of course, our main goal is to place them like this. So essentially they're going to have some kind of background. They're going to have color, size. They're going to be rounded, as well as we're going to add this border. And then we're going to place them all the way in the bottom of the image. And they should be sitting half the size exactly on the image. Now, where do we start? Well, first of all, we're going to use position absolute to place these icons here. As a side note, there's other way how we can do that, but in this case, we're just going to take a look at position absolute. And first of all, since we know that for the position absolute, we would need to have the container, essentially some kind of parent container that is going to be used as a reference. And we already know that our icons are sitting within service image container. Well, we're going to create this image container to be relative. And then we're going to use position absolute for our icon. That's the whole reason why, again, we created that container. So first of all, let me select that container. And then right after the media queries, I'm going to say service, then image container. Now this is going to be position relative, like so. And then service icon is going to be, you guessed it, position absolute. So we're going to go with service icon, position, and we're going to set this to be absolute. Okay, that's the first step. And then after that, we would want to apply a bunch of things for our service icon. First of all, we want to place it left to be 50% because I would want it to be in the middle. So we're going to go with left 50%. And now remember, we're placing it relative to our container. Then we'd want to place it bottom 0. So all the way in the bottom. Let's go with bottom 0. Now the icon is sitting right here, exactly in the bottom. And then why don't we increase the font size? So we're going to go with font size to REMs. Then we're going to add some color. and that is going to be the primary one, the green one. So we're going to go with var, then hyphen hyphen, CLR, and we're going to go with primary. So of course, now we have our color, and then we would want to have a background, and background in this case is going to be the primary light color. So hyphen hyphen, then I'm going to be looking for CLR, and I'm looking for primary light. Okay, we can say that. Now I do have my background. Then we're going to add a bit of the padding, since we're going to make our actual icon round or the background round. So we're going to go with padding, then 0.25 REMs, top, bottom, and then left and right, 0.6. So now, of course, our whole icon got bigger. And then I would want to add my border radius. And since I would want my icon to be round, I'm going to go with border radius. And then instead of using the radius that we had before, in fact, we're going to set up 50%. So this is just going to make sure that our icon is round. And now I would want to actually transform my icon. Why would I want to transform it? Well, because first of all, I want to move it to the left, because as you notice, even though I placed it left 50%, it is not sitting exactly in the middle. So I would need to transfer the 50% of its own width to the left. How I can do that? Well, that would be negative 50%, correct? So we're going to go with transform, and then we're going to have translate. And that was the function that actually did that. And then we're going to go minus 50%. So that is just going to make sure that our icon moves to the left. Now, I also would want to move it 50% down. So essentially, it is going to be sitting halfway where the actual image is. So let's do that. And for that, we're going to go 50%. So instead of lifting the icon up, that would be minus 50%. In this case, if we go positive 50%, it is going to go 50% down. You can say that, and there you go. Now our icon is sitting exactly in a spot where I want it to. And lastly, we have an option of adding the border. And this is just going to create this nice effect where I have the icon and I have this border around. Now, the only thing we need to do is just set up the color as my background. So I have already this background color, and I would want to use it for my border. So we're going to go with border. Then the value is going to be 3.75, and then REMs solid. And now I'm going to be looking for my gray color, because of course, gray color is the one that I used for my card. So we're going to go again with var, hyphen, hyphen, and then color. And I'm looking for the last gray one, because that is the value that I used. So gray with a value of 10. And now I have this effect. And successfully, we created our services section. Now let me check it out. Let me refresh. And now, of course, I have my column layout where I have each and every card to be in a column, as well as, of course, we have our icons sitting in the bottom of the image. So, of course, if I'm going to make my screen size smaller, you're going to notice how now we're going to have two column layout. Then once we're going to go even to the smaller screen, then we're going to have one column layout. And then the moment we decide to go back, then of course we're going to have three column layout. And we also covered how we can use margin negative to in fact move our title down. Because remember, we had a padding from the services center, or more specifically, we had a section center div that added the padding, and we learned how we can use negative margin to place in fact our title a bit lower. So that should do it for services section. And now we can move on to our next section. Beautiful. Our next task is going to be creating a contact section, where on the left-hand side, we're going to have the icon and in fact the label for whatever we're going to be showing, whether that is an address, an email, or a phone. And then on the right-hand side, we're going to have our form. And then of course, we're going to have a column layout. So again, we're going to have one column layout on a smaller screen, but then once we get to 992, in fact, we're going to set up a two column layout, and essentially we're going to set up the form that we're going to use later on the service on. We're going to use the forms pre-service for the form, and that way we can actually submit the form as well. So it's not just going to be looking pretty, it is also going to be functioning form. Now let's start with our HTML. We already know the drill. In the index HTML, I'm going to get to the end of my services. We're going to add a comment. We're going to say contact form. Then copy and paste. Let's write end of contact form. And we're going to start by creating a section. We're going to add a class of contact. So let's write a section. then class of contact. And then within a section, we're going to first of all have a div with of classes of section center, because we would want to use our global class, as well as the global clearfix class, because of course that is going to help us when we're creating our layout. So again, the content right after the columns is not going to be floating around the actual columns. And then we're going to have two articles within the section center. One is going to be contact info, and the other one is going to be contact form. So let me write an article, or you know what, let me add first of all a comment, and then I'm going to write a article, and then the actual class name is going to be contact form, like so. And now let me copy and paste both of these two lines. And then of course, this is not going to be exactly the same value. Here, we're going to have a contact info. So let me start with the contact info first, and then contact form is going to be second. And let me also add the same for the actual comments. So we're going to write contact info, and then we're going to write contact form. So let me write contact form for my actual comments. And now we're going to start with our first article. So within the first column, like I said, we're just going to be creating some labels, and then we're going to have the actual info. Now we're going to place all that in the contact item, like so. So let's start by creating a class, and we're going to say here contact item. Maybe let's start with the comment. I'm sorry, I said the class, but first I'm going to create the comment, and then the div with the class of contact item. So contact item. And then once we create the contact item, there's going to be two things in there. There's going to be a contact title, and it's going to be heading 4. And then the second heading 4 is going to be contact text. Now, the way we create that is by setting up, first of all, a heading 4 with a class of contact title. And then within the heading 4, we're going to create a span with a class of contact icon, class contact icon. And then within the span, now we're going to place, of course, our icon. So remember, we needed to use I element, and then we're going to go with FAS, FA, and the actual class name is going to be location arrow, like so. And then we can save it, and we're going to see what we're going to have. So now I have my single arrow. And then still within the heading 4, but outside of the span, we're going to write, well, what is this actual info is going to be? And that is going to be an address. And then right after the contact title, we're going to have the contact text. So we're going to go with heading 4, and then let's right away add a class of contact text. And then for the value, you can write whatever address you would want. So I'm going to go with some kind of dummy address, 523 North Fairfax Avenue Ave. And then, you know what, since it is going to be a bit longer, I'm going to create a line break here. I'm going to say Los Angeles, and then California, and some kind of imaginary zip code. And we should have our content here. So now I have the address as well as the value. And now what we want to do is just copy and paste that. So in this case, let me add the ending one. So end of contact item, and then let me select it. So this way, we're going to speed everything up. And then we're just going to have to change the values 1, 2, and now 1 by 1. Let's actually change them around. So we have 1 for the address. Then the next one is going to be for the email. And then we're going to have the last one for the phone. So let's start working on the email. This is going to stay exactly the same. So we had a contact title, we had contact text, but we would want to, of course, change this to an email. So first of all, we're going to change the value here. We're going to say instead of the address, we're going to have the email, as well as the icon is going to be envelope. So envelope. Let's see. And I think I spelled it incorrect. So let me go with envelope like so. And I should have my font awesome. And there you go. I have it here as a envelope. Now let's also change the text value. So instead of heading 4 for the actual address, we're going to have the email one. So email@email.com. Again, that is just going to be, of course, our imaginary email. And yes, we have it there. And of course, we also have the phone. Now the same drill. we first of all going to change the actual icon. So instead of location arrow, we're going to go with phone. That's step number one. Then we're going to have the value differently. So in this case, we're going to say telephone or phone, whatever you would want. And of course, then we need to come up with some kind of imaginary phone. And in this case, I'm going to say plus 1, 2, 3, or you know what, let me add some spaces. So 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 6, and then of course 7, 8, 9. You can save it, and now we have different values as well. So we're done with our first column, and next, of course, we're going to start working on our form. Now, in the form article, or essentially in the second column, first of all, we're going to place a heading 3 with a value of contact us. Okay. Then we're going to have our form, and right away, it's going to give us an action. Now, we don't care about the action right now. When we're going to be setting up the form spree, the servers that allow us to, in fact, get the info that is passed in the form, then we're going to care about the action. So for now, we don't care about the action, and we're going to deal with that a bit later. As far as the class, we're not going to add any class to a form. And then within the form, we're going to start by setting up a div with a class of form group. Now, again, this is just used for the styling. And then within the form group, I would want to create my inputs. So we're going to add here inputs. And then as far as the inputs, we have 3 of them. We have 1 for name, we have 1 for email, and then we have 1 for the message. And all the way in the bottom, we're going to be able to submit the form. Now, as far as the inputs, as we're writing, make sure that you're adding the value for the name attribute. And I'm going to show you that in a second. So remember when we were covering the HTML, inputs, of course, had a different type. So the most basic one is going to be text. That's the one that we're going to use for the name. And remember, we also had a placeholder option. And essentially, as far as the placeholder, well, that is just going to show what kind of value the user should actually enter in that form. So in my case, since I'm going to be expecting the name, that's why in the placeholder, I'm just going to write a name. Now remember, placeholders actually disappear the moment we start typing. So I have here name, and the moment I'm going to start typing my actual name, then of course my placeholder is going to disappear. So that's the reason for the placeholder. Now, of course, I have my name. Now I also would want to add a class for the styling. So we're going to go with form control. That is going to be my class. And lastly, we're going to have a name attribute. Now, what name attribute is going to do, once we're going to hook up to our service, to the form spree service, this is going to be the value that is going to be passed. So for example, if I have here name as first name, once we submit the form, I'm going to say, all right, so this was the value that was passed for the first name. So you can name this whatever you like. In my case, I'm going to name this exactly the same how I have for the placeholder. So I'm going to go with the name. Just make sure that you add the name attribute with some kind of value. So just don't think that you need to pass your name each and every time. We're going to have the next one that's going to have an email, and then we're going to have one for the info. Just make sure you have the name attribute with some kind of value, because that is going to be the value that you're going to get back once we actually set up the form spree. Let me say that. Now I have my first input, and then what we're going to do is just copy and paste. So that was for the text. Then we're going to have one for the email. So we're going to first of all change the type. So the type is going to be email, like so. Then the placeholder is, of course, also going to be email. And then form control is going to stay the same. And again, we just need to come up with a name for our input. So in my case, since it is email, I'm just going to call this email. And then lastly, we have the text area. So for that, we're not going to copy and paste since it is a different element. This is a text area element. And the moment we type it in Visual Studio Code, notice how it right away gives us these options. So we have the name. And in my case, I'm just going to call this message. Sorry, for some reason I said before that it's going to be info, but in my case, I'm going to name this a message. As far as the placeholder, well, we don't have this option, correct? But we can add it ourselves. So we're going to go with placeholder. The value is going to be message. So now the message, of course, is going to be displayed in the HTML. Then we're going to have the class for form control. Just so, again, we can style all of them together. We're going to go with form control. And then as far as the ID, we really don't need it. So we can just delete it here. And for the columns, let's also delete it. As far as the rows, we're going to go with 5. So let me add the quotation marks and let me add 5. So now I have my text area. And lastly, I would also want to set up the button. Now, the thing is, I don't want the button to be within the form group. Now, I still want my button within the form, but just don't place it within the form group. So right outside the div, let me create a comment just so I can see that. So I have the button. Now I'm going to go with button. For the type, we can add button, just so we know that it is going to be button. Or you know what, let's change it. Let's have it as a submit button. We're going to go with type and submit. So essentially for buttons, you can have types. And in this case, since we're going to be submitting the form, I'm just going to be adding this as type submit. And then also I would want to add some kind of class for styling. So we're going to go here with submit btn. Now I also would want to add our general class. So I'm going to add here btn in general. And then of course we're going to do a bit more styling ourselves. And then in here, I'm going to say submit here. And hopefully you see what we're doing here. Again, we're using our generic button class. And then since we would want to add some different styles, of course, we're going to add them just because we already have the submit btn class. So we're going to use that class to do that. But there's going to be some styles that we're just going to borrow from the generic button. So that way you create that class once. And then each and every time, if you would want to have some kind of customizations, you just add your generic class and then set up some kind of separate class as well. In our case, submit btn. And that's where we're going to be applying our extra styles. Now we can save our HTML and we're ready to switch gears and start working on our CSS. So I guess let's navigate to CSS. Let me just change my tabs. Then let me get my comment. Again, just so we can keep on adding the structure. So that way it is going to be easier for us to see, well, which section was which. Like so. So let me grab the services, copy and paste. Now we're going to change this around. And this is going to be contact, of course. Contact. And you know what? I'm just going to copy and paste since I already know a few of the next ones. So here we're going to have a footer. Now you don't have to do this technically, but in my case, I'm just going to speed this up a little bit. And we're just going to add the footer here. And then in the contact, first of all, I would want to target the contact section. So the whole thing. And I would just want to add a background. So we're going to go with background. And then in this case, it is going to be the gray color. So gray one with the value of 10. So hyphen, hyphen. Then we look for color. And then of course, we look for the lightest shade of gray. So we get our background. Awesome. Then we're going to work with the contact form and contact info. So those are going to be my two columns. And what I would want to do here is just add some kind of margin in between on the smaller screens. Again, there was multiple ways how we can do that, but I'm going to go with contact form and then comma contact info. And then for both of them, I'm going to say margin top bottom is going to be 1 REMs and then left and right is going to be 0. So now we have some kind of margin in between. Then we're going to target contact item, which in fact is both. It is the title together with a text. And I would just want to add some kind of margin in the bottom. So remember we had a class, so contact item. Then we're going to be looking for margin bottom, and we're going to set it to 1.75 REMs. So now we're adding some kind of margins. Next we have contact title. And you know what? Let me just make actually more space here, just so you can see everything that we're doing. And let me move up. And now, of course, I can target my contact title. And then we're going to have a contact text. For the contact title, we're going to add a different color. And we're going to go with our primary one. Like so, color primary. Now, of course, for the titles, all of them have the green color. And then also I would want to change the font weight. So currently all our headings have the font weight of bold. But I would want to change this for these guys. And we're just going to go with normal, or you can go with 400. Because remember, that was one of the font weights that we got. And just to prove that, we can navigate up and notice I have, of course, my fonts. And then the values were 400 and 700. And for the headings, all of them were bold. That's the reason why we have here right now normal font just because I would want to change things around. And then we're going to target our text. And in this case, our paragraphs are going to be uppercase. So I'm sorry, this wasn't the paragraph it was setting for, but in general, we're going to go with contact text. And then we're just going to set it to be uppercase. So we're going to say text transform uppercase. And then once we add the text transform uppercase, next we're going to start working on the actual form. So first of all, let me target the actual column. So contact form. And then in here, we're just going to add a different background, and background is going to be white. So let me look for my color white, and that's a start. Then we're going to add some kind of border radius all around. So border radius, and remember we had our variable. So in this case, I just need to look for my radius variable. And now, of course, I'm adding nice round border around my form. Then I'm going to text align center because I would want to place this text in the center. So we're going to go with text align, and we're going to place it in the center. Now, once we're done with that, then we're going to have some kind of box shadow for the actual form column. And for the box shadow, we're going to use the same one like we had already before. So we're going to go with box shadow, and then we're going to have 0, then 5 pixels. That is going to be, of course, our vertical one, and then 15 pixels blur, RGBA, then 001. And then when we're going to be hovering, of course, then the actual value is going to be 002. So we would need to add here a transition. And then for transition already, we have the transition value, and let's write contact form. So as we're hovering over the form, then we would want to change our box shadow. So let's select it, copy and paste, and that is going to be, of course, 2. You can save that. And now as I'm hovering over my column, notice how we're increasing subtly the actual box shadow. Then I also would want to set up some kind of max width. So that is one of those things where you don't want that form to be spanning all across the screen. Because trust me, there's going to be some screen sizes where literally it can span all across. But that is not the best look that you should be shooting for. So in this case, we're just going to add some kind of max width. We're going to say, you know what, max width for my whole column is going to be 35 REMs. So that way it's not going to get bigger than 35 REMs. Now let's also work with our heading 3. Of course, our heading 3 is the contact us. And then for that guy, well, we're just going to add the padding to the top as well as different color. So first of all, let's say contact form, then heading 3. We're going to have some kind of padding on the top, 1.25 REMs. Then we're going to have a color, and this is going to be our gray color. So again, color, hyphen, and then we're looking for the shade of 5. So it's not going to be the lightest one. It's not going to be 10, but it's going to be 5. I can save it. And now, of course, I have my title. And then I have my form group. Now, as far as the form group, remember, those were our inputs. And the reason why I placed the button outside is because I would want my button to be spanning from one side of the column all the way to the other one. But for the group, I'm just going to be adding some kind of padding. So there's going to be some padding around my inputs. So first of all, what was the class name? That was form group. So let me select it, form group. And then in this case, I'm just going to have a padding 1 REMs, top bottom, and then 1.5 REMs left and right. So that should do it. And again, of course, it is hard to see right now because we haven't styled the most important thing, our inputs. And that is, of course, with our form control. And this is exactly what we're going to do right now. So we're going to have a form control. That is our class. And here, first of all, I would display it as a block. So I'm going to make sure that it is starting a new line. Okay. Then we're going to set up some kind of width. And in my case, I would want to go with width of 100%. Now, keep in mind, we already added some padding where we had a form group. So that's why when we say 100%, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to be spanning from one side of the column all the way to the other side. Now, that is going to happen with a button. But since we added already some kind of padding left and right, that's why it's going to be spanning 100% minus to whatever padding we had. Now let's add the actual padding for our inputs. So we're going to go with padding. And in my case, it is going to be 0.75 REMs and then 1 REMs left and right. Now, of course, you cannot see the right one because you can only see the left one, since you need to see the right one if you're really typing away. And then we're going to remove the border. So border is going to be gone. And then we're going to add some kind of margin in the bottom, just so we can have some distance. We're going to go with margin bottom, and we're going to go with 1.25 REMs. So now we have a bit more margin. And then let's add here maybe a background color. And that background color is going to be the gray one, again, with a value of 10. So let's go with background, then hyphen hyphen. Then we're going to be looking for the gray one, not the darkest one, but the lightest one. So gray with a value of 10. So of course, now we have our background. Okay, awesome. Also, let's add right away border radius. Remember, we had a variable for that. So we can just go with hyphen hyphen, and then we're going to look for radius. Now we're adding the radius for our actual form controls. And then, I'm sorry, I went here with the border. This should be a radius. You can save it, and now we have the correct border radius. Then I would want to transform my text. So let's go with text transform. We're going to set it to be an uppercase. Okay, awesome. And then let's add some kind of letter spacing. So letter spacing, and that is going to be equal to a hyphen hyphen to our variable of spacing. And then once we have added these values for the form control, in some browsers, the actual placeholder is not going to inherit the value. That's why we're going to select it specifically and make sure that we're adding those values. How we can target the placeholder, remember that was the value that was showing. Well, we would need to go with colon, colon, and then placeholder. So we're going to go with form control. And if you'd want to select the placeholder, if you would want to add specific styles to a placeholder, you would just go with colon, colon, and then placeholder. Now, what we would want font family. And then in this case, again, we're going to go with var. And remember, we had a primary one. And again, the reason why we're adding, because in some cases, it's not going to be inherited. So we specifically need to target the placeholder and then add it. So this way, as we're adding them, now you're noticing that we're getting our font family. Then also I would want to add a proper color. So in this case, we're going to go with hyphen hyphen. I'm going with a, not shade of 5, sorry, shade of 1. So now my text is going to be darker. Then we're also going to pass one more time just to make sure text transform uppercase, just in case, again, we're not getting. And then maybe also a letter spacing to be hyphen hyphen and then spacing, just in case it is not already showing in the placeholder. So in this case, as you notice, this is going to be my values. So that's what we were setting up before. And then for the placeholder, we also made sure that in fact we're passing in these values. And then as far as the button, well, first of all, let's target the button. Remember, we had a class. We are already getting some generic styles here, which is awesome. That is, of course, coming from our BTN class. But then in this case, we're going to go with submit button. We're going to have it as a block. So we're going to go with display block. Then we're going to add the width, and I would want my width to be 100%. Now there's a bunch of things that are already here, so I don't need to add much, but there's still going to be some subtle changes that I would want to add. So first of all, I'm going to add some kind of padding. So there's a bigger padding for this button because it is sitting in the bottom of the form. Now in this case, I'm sorry, I went to a placeholder. So let me move down, and now I would want to add my padding for the button. Awesome. Then I would want to, in fact, add some border radiuses as well. Now, where I would want to add those radiuses, in fact, in the bottom. Because notice how right now I have my radius on top for the column, but then the button actually has the straight edges. Now, I don't want to create border radius all around, but I would want to go with border, then bottom, and then we're going to go with left radius, and that is going to be the value of our radius. You can copy and paste. And then, of course, we can just change this value around. So instead of left, it is going to be right. So now I have nice radiuses. And as I'm hovering, notice how, again, I'm getting this background of primary light. And then the color is the actual green one. So like I said before, it's so nice that we have our generic button class because we can grab whatever styles we would want. And then, for example, if I want to override the padding, Of course, I can just overwrite the padding. If I would want to introduce some new styles, there you go. We're just introducing the new styles. And lastly, we would just want to set up our 2-column layout, because currently, of course, what happens is we have a 1-column layout regardless of the screen size. So that is our 1-column layout, and we already know that we can use floats for that. Successfully, we already have the clear fix, so that's good. We don't need to worry about that, but we're going to go with media, screen, and we're going to go with min width. Now, our min width is going to be 992. Again, that is my preference. You, of course, can change a different value, and I'm going to select both of them. So we're going to go with contact form, then comma, contact info. Now I selected both of the columns, and we're going to float them to the left. And for both of them, I'm going to add a width of 50%. We're going to go with width and 50%. Let's check it out, what we're going to have. And of course, we have our 2-column layout. Now, in this case, I don't really care about the padding or the margin. So essentially create some kind of distance because my first column is quite small anyway. As you can see, there's plenty of spacing in between. And successfully, we finished with our contact section. And now we can start working on the footer. Beautiful. And up next, we have our footer, where we're going to have our font awesome icons. And as we're hovering, we're just going to change the color. And then also we're going to have some kind of text with special HTML character, a year, and the name for our project, which is going to be TE Station, and then some other text. Now in the index HTML, we're just going to write footer. In this case, we don't need to have and off. We're just going to go with footer. And then as far as the values, well, we're first of all going to start with our HTML semantic tag, where we're just going to type out footer. So that is going to create our footer element. Now I'm going to add a class. Again, we can technically skip it. We can just select the footer, of course, using the element selector. But in my case, I like to keep on adding classes. That way it is a bit more concise. And then we have, of course, our class of footer. Then within the footer, we're going to have our section center, just so we can have some kind of styling already. And then there's going to be 2 things. We're going to have our social icons, and then we're going to have our text. So first of all, let's create a social icons div, social icons, and let me add an S here. And then there's going to be 3 social icons, and for each of them, we're also going to add some kind of comment, just so we can have a bit more structure. And then this is going to be a link. Now I'm going to place this as a dummy link. Just imagine that, of course, there would be already some kind of social media account, and then you would just use the URL. But of course, in our case, since we're just creating the project, this is just going to be a hashtag. Then we're going to add a class, and the value is going to be social icon. And now let's place one by one our social media icons. So we're going to start with Facebook. So again, I element, FAB, and then we have a class of FA, Facebook. We're going to check it out, and there is our Facebook icon. Now let me copy and paste, but you know what? Before I do anything, I would want to add end of social icon, and now we're going to copy and paste. So now we're going to have 2 more. One is going to be for the Twitter, and then we're going to have one for the Instagram. So the second one is our Twitter one, where again, the FAB stays the same, but then this is going to be FA Twitter, and then we have one for the Instagram. So we're going to write Instagram. You can save that. And now, of course, I have 3 icons. And then, like I said, right after the div, right after my social icons, I'm going to have my footer text, where I'm going to have a heading 4. And then within heading 4, we're going to have the year, we're going to have our HTML special character, and all that good stuff. Now let me add a class here, footer, text, and then we're going to have a copy. That is going to be, of course, our special character. So remember, we needed to have the ampersand, and then I'm looking for my special character. I can save it, and I can see that I have my special character. Then I'm going to add the year, and I'm going to show you how we can hard code it. And then we're also going to check out our setup files where I already prepared the JavaScript for us. So that way we don't need to worry about the year. But technically you could do it this way, where we have the span, and then within the span, we're going to place our year. So in this case, I'm hard coding this value, but like I said, in a second, I'm going to show you how we can speed that up. And then right after the first span, we're going to add another span. We're going to have our project name, and our project name is going to be, you guessed it, T-Station. And then right after that, we're just going to write all rights reserved, like so, reserved. And we have our values. That's awesome. And then, like I said, we have a few options. You can always hard code the actual year if you'd want to. Just remember the moment, of course, you're going to have the upcoming year. Then you're going to have to jump back to all your projects and change that. And a better way would be using JavaScript. Now, essentially, I understand this is not a JavaScript course. That's why we're not going to go into great detail of what is actually happening. If you're interested, I do have the JavaScript course, which of course you can take once you finish this course. But essentially, if you would want to update this automatically, the only thing you would need to add here is the ID of date. Now, the reason for that is because in the app.js, I have the code that is dealing with a date. So essentially, if you have the ID with a value of date, we're just going to insert the actual date, the full year, automatically using JavaScript. Again, I'm not going to cover what is happening in the code, because again, this is not a JavaScript course, but if you'd want to set up your date automatically, just add the ID, which is exactly what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to head back to index.html, just so you don't think that I'm doing some kind of black magic. I'm going to delete the hard-coded date. So as you can see, I don't have any date there now, but if I would want to insert my year dynamically, I'm just going to go with ID, then we're going to add date, and voila, we have our date. So that is, of course, up to you. You can hard code or you can use the code that I'm providing in the app.js. Now, also make sure that you have the script, which you should have. If you're using the starter project, you should have already the script tags, where essentially we're just reaching out to app.js. The same how we used for the styling. We used the link to link the CSS. Well, this is exactly the same. In this case, however, we're working with a JavaScript. And with our HTML out of the way, now we can start working on the CSS. And as far as the CSS, first of all, we're going to have to navigate there. Then remember, I already added the comments. So now we can just quickly select our footer and then add some kind of background. And in this case, I'm going to go with a black background. So I'm going to have a hashtag and 222. So this is, of course, the case where I'm just using it in one place, the color. That's the reason why I didn't add it in the variables. Technically, we could have, but in my case, I just skipped that step. And I also would want to align them in the center. So right away, we can go with text align center. Of course, everything is aligned in the center. And next, we're going to start working with our social icons. So remember, the class was social icon. Then we're going to add some kind of color. And let me make a bit more real estate, just so we can navigate easier. And then in this case, color, then white. So hyphen, hyphen. Then let's look for our white variable. Then we're going to add a bit of a font size. So it's going to be 1.5 REMs. Awesome. Then we're going to add some kind of margin on the right. So margin right, I don't know, 1 REMs. So we have a bit of a margin and also a transition, because we're going to be changing the color as we're hovering, and I don't want those changes right away. That's the reason why we're going to add our transition value from the variable. And then as we're hovering, what I would want to change, I don't know. I'm just going to change the actual color. So it's going to go from white to green. Let's go with color, hyphen, hyphen, and then primary. And now I have the icons. And as I'm hovering, notice we're changing the color. Then also we're going to work with our footer text. Remember, that is where we had all our values. So we're going to go with footer and then text. That is, of course, our class name. Margin on the top is going to be, I don't know, 1.25 REMs, like so. Then we're going to transform it to be uppercase. So text transform uppercase. Why don't we make it a white color? Color hyphen hyphen. Then let's look for the white one. And now, of course, our text is white. And then, you know what? Font weight should be 400. So we're going to go with a lighter font. And then remember the span that we had, the second one. Well, I would want it to have a primary color. Now, since I have two spans, I might as well add some kind of class here. So here I'm going to go with class, and we're going to go with company. Now I'm going to head back to style CSS. We're going to target our company class, company, and we're going to go with different color. So we're going to go with color, and that is going to be again our primary. And now, of course, we have our color. And once I add the color, we're done with the footer, and we can start working on our navbar. And as far as the navbar, we have two things going on. We first of all have this nav button, and that one stays fixed. So as we keep on scrolling, notice on the left top corner, we're always going to have this button. And then once I click on a button, then I can see my navbar. So these are going to be, of course, links to different pages, which we haven't created yet, but we're going to do right after. And then once we set up, of course, our navbar, then we're also going to have an option of closing the navbar. So we're going to do that step by step. First of all, we're going to place this button, and then we're going to work on a navbar, because at the end, once we set up the navbar, we also are going to have to add a bit of JavaScript. Now, of course, when I say add JavaScript, it is already created for us since it is not a JavaScript course, but we're just going to have to make sure that we add specific attributes just so we are targeting the proper things from the JavaScript. As far as the button, we can place it anywhere because, again, we're going to be using position fixed. But since I would like to keep my things in order, I'm going to navigate to the top. Remember, we had our navbar, and then right after the navbar comment, I'm going to have my nav button. So let me add one more comment where I'm going to have a nav button. And then in the nav button, first of all, we're going to have a span, and then the span is going to have a class of navbtn. Then within the span, we're going to have an I element, and in fact, the values are going to be FAS, FA bars. Now I'm going to move up on the side here, just so you can see. This is going to be our bars. And then, of course, I just need to press the tab just so I can see my icon. And of course, there is my icon. Now, in order to use the JavaScript, we must, this is a big must, we must have the ID, and the values need to match exactly. And the ID that you need to pass in is navbtn. Again, if you're going to have a different ID, your JavaScript is not going to work, and there's nothing I can do. So the code that we have right now in JavaScript is correct, but just make sure that you have ID for your nav button to be equal to navbtn. And then, of course, we would want to do some kind of styling, and we're going to use the position fixed. Again, since we're using position fixed, technically I can set up my code here, but since I would like to keep my things organized, how I have them on a page, let me navigate up, and then I'm going to look for where I'm starting to style. So these are still going to be my global classes. So I keep on going. Now this is my button. All that is good. And then remember, we had a media screen, and then we had the header. So in this case, let me just copy and paste, and we're going to set up our nav. So let me copy and paste, and I'm going to set this up as a nav bar. And then first of all, let me target my button. And like I already said 3 times, this is going to use a position fixed. So first of all, we're going to target navbtn. We're going to use position fixed. We're going to take it out of the normal flow. So notice how technically right now it disappears. Then we need to have our coordinates, and I would want to place it 5% from the top and then 5% from the left. So 5 and 5. Now we're going to make it a bit bigger. So first of all, we're going to have a font size, and the font size is going to be 2.5 rems. Then we're also going to set up some kind of background color. So we're going to go with color, and that is going to be primary. Color, hyphen, and then we have the primary one. Now, we also need to set up some kind of Z index, because technically I can see my button if I keep on scrolling, but notice I cannot see the button because of the background. And the reason for that, because if we set up our background, we would need to use the index just so we are covering, in fact, our background. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to see our button. So let me add the Z index, and we simply need to add Z index as 1. Now, if you would want to have, of course, your button in some cases to be shown if something else is hiding the button, just make sure that you're adding bigger Z index. So for example, if somewhere in a document, which is not our case, but let's imagine that you would have some kind of Z index for some kind of, I don't know, maybe a product or something, you wouldn't be able, of course, to see the button if the Z index is less for the button. So that's the reason why in this case, I can simply add 1 because I just need to make sure that I can see the button on the background. But if there's going to be some other Z indexes, make sure that if you'd want to see your button all across the actual document, then just to have a bigger Z index. And then lastly, I would just want to add a cursor pointer. So as I'm hovering over the button, well, I'm going to have my cursor. Now I'm going to add the animation, but we're going to work on animation once we're done setting up the actual navbar. So I would want to work on 3 animations at the same time. So one is going to be for my button, and then we're going to have for both of the headings. Now notice on a finished project, this one is going to be bouncing all the time, and these are just going to slide from left and slide from right. So this should do it for our nav button. And next we're going to start working on our actual navbar. And then for the navbar, we're going to start with our HTML again. Now we're still going to use position fixed. So again, technically you can place this anywhere in a document, but in my case, like I said, I like to keep things organized. So where I have the nav button, right after the nav button, well, this is where actually we're going to have our navbar. And then as far as the semantic HTML, if we would want to place a nav on our page, we need to go with a nav element. So now, of course, we have our navbar. Now, in this case, I'm going to add some classes and IDs. So we're going to go with class of navbar. That is going to be for the styling. And then make sure that you add the ID of navbar, which is going to be used for JavaScript. And that is important. Make sure that you have both. You have class of navbar and ID of navbar for the JavaScript, for the functionality. So that way, again, you're going to be able to open and close your navbar. Then within navbar, what we're going to have? Well, first of all, let me show you. This is going to be the navbar. And then here we're going to have the header. And then within the header, we're going to have our close button. And then we're going to have our unordered list with our links. So first of all, let's start working on the header. So let's have a div with a class of navbar header. And then within the div, we're going to have our close icon. So we're going to go with span. And then for the span, let's add a class. And again, this is important where we're going to have 2 things. So first of all, nav close class for the styling, and then ID with the value of nav close. So these are 3 important things. Make sure that the button has the ID of nav button, and the value needs to match exactly. Then the nav has the ID of navbar, and then the close has the ID of close. And then within the span, we're just going to place a I element. And then as far as the classes, we're going to have a class of FAS, FA times, FA hyphen times. You can save it. And there's my icon. Now after the div, we're going to have our unordered list. So we have the div. Okay, awesome. And then let's create the unordered list with class of nav items. And then we're going to have 4 list items with links inside. So we're going to go with li, and then we have, of course, our link, and we need to have some kind of URL. So in this case, we're going to have 4 pages. We're going to have index.html for our homepage, and we're right away also going to add a class for the nav link, and then as a value, we're going to add here home. So that is going to be our first page. Now let me make my actual code editor a bit bigger, just so I can easily copy and paste. So 1, 2, 3. And now we're just going to have to change these values. Of course, we haven't created these pages yet. So first, let's just set up our hrefs for the skills page, for about page, and products page. And then we're going to create those pages at the very end because there's some copying pasting, and I don't see the point of actually jumping around where we're going to create the pages and then we're going to have to come back for the index page. Let's complete everything in index page. And then it's just going to be much more easier to create the rest of the pages. And then we're going to go with products HTML. Now all of them are going to have the same class, so that stays the same. However, as far as the values, well, since this is a skills page, we're going to have value for the skills. Then if this is an about page, we're going to have a value of about. And then, of course, the last one is going to be products. You can save it. And now I have my list items as well as the close button. And once we're done with HTML, now we can start working on the styling. Before we jump over to CSS, let me just fix my text. Should be skills like so. And then in the style CSS, we have our navbar. So right after the nav button, I can start working on the actual navbar. Now, if you would even want more structure, of course, you can add here navbar. It's really up to you. And then first of all, what we're going to do for the navbar? Well, again, we're going to use a position fixed, just like we have for the button. And this is going to be the case where we're going to have to add a different Z index if we wouldn't want that button to be shown. Now, there's going to be multiple use cases where on a smaller screen, our nav is going to be spanning all across, like so. But then once we get to a certain screen size, then we're just going to make sure that our nav is smaller. Now, technically, again, we can keep it full size all the time, but I think it's just going to look a bit better if it is smaller on a bigger screen. And then the way we set this up, again, we're going to use position fixed. So first of all, let's target our class, navbar. Then we have position fixed. And then if we would want something to be spanning all across the screen once we have position fixed, we have two options. We can either go top 0, then left 0, right 0, and bottom 0. So essentially all the values to be 0, bottom 0. Let me add the background just so you can see how that works. So I'm going to go with the background. And in this case, I'm going to go again with a gray one. So hyphen. And then let's look for the lightest gray. You can save it. And I'm going to have my navbar. Now, again, the reason why I'm not going to have it right now is because I need to have some kind of Z index. So let me add Z index. And I'm going to have that as 2. Now, as you can see, I have my navbar spanning all across. Now, another way how you can do that, you can decide your starting point. So in my case, I'm going to go with top 0 and left 0. And then you can do width and height of 100%. So let me, in fact, comment this out. And then, as you can see right now, I have my nav here all the way on the top. But I could use width 100% as well as the height to be 100%. And then once I add the height, notice how I have right now my navbar again spanning all across the screen. And the reason why I'm showing you these multiple options, just in case you ever look at someone else's code and you're like, okay, what is happening here? So just remember you have a few options. You can either go top, left, right, bottom, all the values 0. That's when you're going to cover the full screen with position fixed. Or you can go with your starting point. Let's imagine top and left to be 0. And then we can go with width and height. Now I'm going to comment out. So I'm going to select them. I'm going to comment them out. And I'm going to keep the right and the bottom one. I can save that. And I'm still going to have my nav that's spanning all across the screen. And then I also would want to add some kind of box shadow. Why? Well, because when on a bigger screen, I'm going to have a smaller nav. As I'm scrolling, I would want to have some kind of distinction. So that's the reason why we're going to add this little box shadow for the nav. Again, on a smaller screen, it's not going to make sense, but on the bigger one, it will. So we're going to go with box shadow. And then as far as the values, we're going to go with 2 pixels for x-axis, and then 0 for y. Again, 2 pixels blur. And then as far as the values, RGBA and 0.2. Now I'm going to add a comment because we're going to have to hide our nav. But I'm not going to set up the code right now because I would want you to see as we're actually changing these values. So if I'm going to add this hide value right now, then we're just going to hide the nav and then everything is just going to look like black magic. So here I'm just going to say hide navbar and we're going to add that code a bit later. Now, in order to show the nav, there's going to be a class of show nav. And for the time being, this is just going to be an empty selection. So first we're going to decide how we can hide the nav. Then we're going to have a class that shows the nav. And then we're going to tie everything together because we're going to take a look at the app.js where we already have the code that is just going to do that for us the moment we're going to click on the button. So just keep this show nav here. Make sure that, again, the name is exactly the same. So you have show, and then we have this camel case where show and nav. So that way, again, your code is going to work. If the name is going to be different, then the functionality is not going to work. So first of all, I'm going to start working with a navbar header. And then what I would want? Well, I would want text align to be right. So now what I'm doing, I'm placing my icon all the way on the right hand side. And then I also would want to add some kind of padding, and padding is going to be only on the right hand side. And I'm going to go with 1 REMs. So I'm adding the padding. Awesome. Then let's start styling our nav close icon. So we're going to go with nav close. We would want a font size to be 2.5 REMs. We're going to add some kind of cursor here. So essentially, we're going to have a cursor pointer as we're hovering. Okay, awesome. Then let's add a light shade of red color. So color, and again, in this case, I didn't add it as a variable because I didn't want to confuse you too much. But probably if I would have used it in multiple places, I would have set this up as a variable. And the value is going to be F29C9C. And then lastly, I would want to add the transition because as I'm going to be hovering over my nav close, I don't want to change the color. So let's write a transition, then hyphen hyphen, and we have our transition. And of course, as we're hovering over the nav close, what we would want to do? Well, we would want to change a color, and that color is just going to be a darker shade of red. So hashtag BB, then 2525, 25, and 25. You can save it. And now notice as I'm hovering over my nav close, now the actual shade is darker red. Now we have our unordered list. And what happens with unordered list? We have our list items. Now we cannot see right now the annoying bulletin points because we have already a margin of 0. But trust me, they are there. Since we're creating a unordered list, and then we have list items, we do have these bulletin points. And in order to get rid of them, we're going to set up our nav items. Remember that was a class for the unordered list. And then in this case, we're going to go with a list style type, and we're just going to go with none. Again, we cannot see it right now because we have the margin, but trust me, they're there. And then we're going to go with a nav link. So now we're targeting the specific link. And first of all, I would want it to be display block because remember, links by default are display in line. But since I would want to span them all across my nav bar, that's why I'm going to go with a display, and we're going to go block. So now they're display block. Then we're going to increase the font size, and that is going to be 1.5 REMs. So now my links are bigger. Then we're going to add some kind of padding, and the padding is going to be 0.25 REMs and 1 REMs. So 0.25 top bottom, and then left and right is going to be 1 REMs. Then we can actually use text transform and set it up as an uppercase. So now they're going to be uppercase. Then also we can do some letter spacing. So we're going to go with our spacing variable. So there's going to be some spacing in between. As far as the color, I would want to go with gray 5. So gray with the value of 5. So hyphen hyphen. Then we look for our gray with a value of 5. So now my links have great value. And then as I'm going to be hovering, again, I'm going to be adding some changes. So we're going to add some transition. So those changes are not happening instantly. So let's go with hyphen hyphen. And then we have our transition. Now, what I would want to change as I'm hovering. Well, I'm going to first target the nav link. So let's say link. I'm going to be hovering over. And then I'm going to add a background of light primary color. So background hyphen hyphen. And then we're going to go with primary light. And there is my color, of course. So as I'm hovering, notice I'm adding this light background. Then I would also want to change the actual color. And I'm going to change this to a primary color. So now, of course, my text is going to have a different color, like so. And then we're going to have some kind of padding on the left. So let's do padding 1.5 REM. So what is happening here? You see, I have padding left and right to be 1 REMs. But as I'm going to be hovering, in fact, I'm going to be adding a padding. Now, I did a mistake here. It should be padding left, not just padding all around. So in this case, I'm just increasing padding for the left one. And this is where you're going to see this nice shift. Whereas I'm actually hovering, notice how my link moves to the right just because we are increasing the padding. And then right after the padding, we're going to add a border on the left-hand side. So let's write border left, 0.25 REMs, solid. And then in this case, we're going to use our primary color. So let's write var and then hyphen hyphen, and we're going to use our primary color. So now as we're hovering, check it out. We're going to have a padding more to the left. So essentially, we're just going to shift our text. And also, we're going to add this border, as well as, of course, the background and the color change. And the last thing that I would want to set up is the size for the bigger screen. So like I said, on a smaller screen, our nav bar is going to be taking up the whole screen. But then as our screen size increases, at some point, I would want to make it smaller. So again, we can just set up a media query. So in this case, let's write media, screen, and we're going to go with a min width. So let me add parentheses, min width. And then in this case, we're going to go with 768 pixels. And then what kind of values you would want here? Well, we're going to be targeting first the nav bar, and then we're going to set up the actual width. So in the beginning, remember, we used top, left, right, bottom. So all of these values, that's the reason why we had the full width of the screen. But then once we get to 768, I would want to change that. And I'm going to say the width is going to be 30% of the screen size. So regardless of the screen size, it's going to be 30%. However, I also want to make sure that my max width is going to be 20 REMs. It's not bigger than 20 REMs. And now in this case, what happens? Let me just, in fact, take a look at on a bigger screen. Check it out. So we have our nav bar. It is taking up the whole screen. But then once we get to 768, now we're just going to be using whatever 30% or the max width of 20 REMs. So now, of course, we have our nav bar, but we cannot see the button. So this is what we would need to fix, where we're going to have to implement a bit of JavaScript to hide the nav bar once we click on a button, and then show it once we click on the previous nav button. All right, with our HTML and CSS in place, now we can start working on the nav bar functionality, where first of all, I would want to hide the nav bar. So the moment I open up the page, my nav bar is hidden regardless of the screen size, like so. And then only once we press on a toggle button, then we show the nav bar. So once we open up the nav bar, then we also would want to close it. So in this case, I can just press on close, and then we're going to close the nav bar. So first of all, let's navigate to CSS and hide the nav bar. So how we can hide the nav bar? Well, remember we had a transform property, and we are in fact using transform to lift something up and place it in a center, whether that was the banner, whether that was the icon and all that. But in this case, we can just hide our nav bar altogether. How we can do that? We have transform. And then in this case, I'm going to go with translate, and I'm just looking for translate X. And I'm going to set this up as negative 100%. So what are we doing right now? So essentially, we are moving our nav bar 100% to the left-hand side. Why are we using the left-hand side? Well, because our nav bar is sitting here, top and left 0. For the smaller screen, it doesn't really matter because it's taking up the whole space anyway. So now it's just going to shift the whole nav bar 100% to the left. But on a bigger screen, it does matter because it's sitting on the left-hand side. That's the reason why we're shifting the nav bar by default 100% to a left. Again, we're using translate X, and we're just giving a negative value of 100%. So let's check it out. If I look at the station, now notice how my nav bar is gone, regardless of the screen size. Okay, that was step number 1. Now, next one is going to be setting up some kind of class. In this case, more specifically, show nav class, where we're going to add the code that again shows the nav bar. Now, what would be the code? Well, it's going to be almost the same, where we have transform, then we're going to use translate, but in this case, I'm going to say translate 0. So why are we using translate 0? Because now this is going to return my nav bar back to a normal position. So let's save that. Again, at the moment, we cannot see anything because we need to add this class dynamically, which, by the way, we're going to do using JavaScript. Now, let me show you without the JavaScript. First of all, let me click on inspect. Now we're looking for developer tools. That's not what I wanted. So let me look for my navbar. Let me find it. I have my navbar, and notice I have the class. So this is what we're going to do with JavaScript. We're just going to add our show nav class, but I can just do it hard coding. So let me click on it. Notice I have my class, and probably let me zoom in just so you can see a bit clearer. And then let's add show nav class. Let me press on it and then check it out. we have our navbar. So this is exactly what we're going to do with JavaScript. It's not a black magic. We're just going to be targeting our navbar. And then depending on whether we're going to be clicking on a toggle button, then we're going to show the navbar. And then essentially once we click on hiding the navbar, then we're just going to hide the navbar. And again, if you use the same IDs, like I was talking about, for the navbar, for the nav close, everything should be working right out of the gate. Because in the app.js, we're targeting these three things. So make sure you have nav button ID, you have navbar ID, as well as nav close ID. And then as you're going to be clicking on the nav button, you're going to show the nav. And then as you're going to be clicking on close button, you're going to be hiding the navbar. And let's test it out. So I have my project. Once I click on it, notice how my navbar disappears. And then once I click on a toggle button, my navbar appears. Now there's one thing that is missing in my CSS, and that is simply the fact that I would want those changes to happen over time. Remember, we had transition for that, and we had the value in the actual variables. So in this case, I'm going to have my transition, and now check it out. The moment I'm going to press, my navbar is going to shift, so it is going to disappear. And then the moment I'm going to press on the toggle button, again, it is going to appear. So by default, we hid the navbar. So that's the reason why we use transform, translate X. So we moved it out of the site. Then we set up the transition. So the actual setup is happening smoothly. And then in order to show the navbar, we're just toggling the class. And by the way, you can see that in real time as you're working with DevTools. Notice I have my show nav class, and remember how we hard coded that? Well, the moment I press on closing the navbar, notice I don't see that class. Now, once I press on toggling again, I can see my show nav class. So that's what we're doing. We're just adding that class or hiding the class. Just again, I know I said this before, but make sure that the nav button has the ID, then the navbar has the same ID, as well as the nav close. Because if you're not going to have exactly the same values, your code is not going to work, because in the app.js, these are the values that the code is looking for. That was my setup. Just make sure you have the same values and your code is going to work great. All right, we're almost done working on our homepage. But before we start setting up other pages, I would want to add the animation. So as you can see, we're going to have animation for our toggle button. So essentially, there's going to be an infinite bounce. And then also for both of the titles, one is going to slide in from the right, the other one from the left. And the button is just going to scale down from 2 to 1. And as you can see, all of these changes are going to be happening using the animation. And again, the biggest difference between the transition and animation is the fact that we have infinite points where we can control that animation. Now, as far as the animation, I'm going to set it in the style CSS. And I think I'm going to do it in between the navbar. So as you can see right now, I have the navbar and all that, but the navbar is coming right after the global styles. So I think I'm just going to copy my actual comments here, and then I'm going to set up my animation. So again, just so everything is sitting in the same place. Of course, you can do it in the bottom of your CSS as well. You can actually place it anywhere you would want, but in my case, right after the global styles, I'm going to set up my animation. And I'm going to start actually with my bounce. Now remember, in order to set up the animation, we needed to use keyframes. Then we needed to come up with some kind of name, which in my case is going to be bounce. But again, you can call this Uncle Bobby. And now I just need to come up with your breakpoint. So I'm going to have 3 of them. I'm going to have 0. I'm going to have 50%. And I'm going to have 100%. So let me copy and paste it. Then I'm going to look for the second one. I'm just going to add 50%, then 100%. And what are the things that I would want to change here? Well, first of all, I would want to transform my button from 1 to 1.5 back to 1. That is the thing that is going to create that bounce effect. So first, my button is going to be 1. So the scale is going to be equal to 1. Then we're going to scale it up to 1.5 and then back to 1. So we're going to go with transform. We have a scale option and we're going to start with 1, which essentially means that we're not doing anything. So the button is going to be exactly the way it is normally. Then we're going to copy and paste it just so we can speed it up. And of course, we're going to change this value to 2. Now, of course, you can change it to 3 or whatever you would want. And then we're going to do the same thing here. Transform, scale, and we're going to scale it back to 1. So that is my animation. Now, of course, once I have the animation, now I'd want to look for my button, for the actual toggle button, and then set up my animation. So the nav button is right here. And remember, I left a comment for the animation. So now we're going to go with animation property. And remember, it right away gives us these values. So we have name, duration, timing function, and delay, iteration count, direction, and fill mode. Now, I'm not going to use all of these values, but we're going to start, of course, with the name. So what would be the animation name? Well, that is going to be bounce. Then what would be the duration? So I'm going to go with 2 seconds. So how the animation is going to take place, I'm going to go with ease. So I'm just going to use some random values here, just so we can see a little difference. And then what would be the iteration count? So how many times the animation is going to take place? Well, I would want my bounce to be infinite. I can save it. And now I have my button that is infinitely bouncing. So it's scaling up, it's scaling down. The animation is 2 seconds long. And then as you can see, it is happening all the time because we have the iteration count equal to infinite. And now let's set up the rest of the animations. So what do we have? Well, we have the top one sliding from the right, then the bottom one, or the second, I guess, heading sliding from the left, and then we have the button that just scales down to 2 to 1. So first of all, we're just going to copy and paste just so it is a bit quicker. So we have our animation. There's no reason for us to retype everything. And then we're just going to rename it. So it's not going to be bounce. We're already using the bounce. And I'm just going to name it exactly of what is happening with animation. So I'm going to say slide from right, just so it's a bit more explicit what is happening. Now we're also going to add the percentages. So in this case, I'm going to have the 75%. And then we're still going to use transform. Only in this case, we're going to use translate X, since that's the one that's sliding from the right. So by default, we're just going to make sure that our text is moved, let's say 100 pixels to the right. So let's go transform. And then, like I said, we're going to use translate X. And then we're going to move our text 100 pixels to the right. And also, you know what? Why don't we start with opacity of, I don't know, 0. So we're going to go with opacity 0. Then I'm just going to copy and paste these values, and then we're just going to play around with them, just so we can get some kind of interesting behavior. So it's going to start with translate X 100 pixels. Then we're going to bounce it to negative 200. So let's change this around. 200 pixels and negative. As far as opacity, we're going to set this up as 0.5. Now at 75, we're going to bounce it back to the positive one. That's why we're going to go back to 50. So in this case, copy and paste, and then positive 50 pixels. And then as far as the opacity, it's going to be 0.75. And once I set up the 75%, I also would want to set up 100%. And in this case, I would want to have opacity of 1. So there's going to be no transparency whatsoever. And then as far as translate X, well, we're just going to set it back to original spot. And that's where we're going to go with translate, and that is going to be equal to 0 pixels. You know what? I said that I would want to start with 100 pixels, but I think it's going to be much more interesting if we're going to place like 1,000 pixels. So essentially what we're doing is we're just shifting our text 1,000 pixels to right. We can save it, and then not here. And then, of course, once we save it, we would need to add that animation to our banner. Now, since I already added the comments, I can just use Command F, and then let's use the animation. So essentially, we're just searching throughout our CSS. So that way we don't need to jump up and down. I can just type animation, and this gives me 6 instances. So in this case, I'm just going to keep on clicking, and then eventually I'm going to arrive at the banner heading to. So this is where I would want to place my animation. So I'm going to go with animation. Then we're going to have a name slide from right. That is, of course, the animation name. Then the duration is going to be 5 seconds. Then the way the animation is going to take place is going to be ease in and out. And lastly, the iteration is going to be 1. You can save it. And now we have our animation. So it slides from the right, then bounces to the left, bounces to the right, and then eventually it arrives at the original spot. and also we're changing the opacity. Now, since we're here, I'm just going to copy and paste because my second animation is going to be exactly the same. However, the direction is going to be different. So we're not going to slide from right. We're going to slide from left. And of course, since I still have my command find open, I have my animation, and now we can just navigate back to animation. Let me scroll down a bit. I'm just going to copy and paste, and we're just going to shift the values around, where instead of 100 pixels, or I'm sorry, 1000 pixels to the right, we're going to, of course, use it the -1, and that's why it's going to be sliding from the left. So this is going to be negative, then the 200 pixels is going to be positive, then again, we're going to have -50 pixels, and then we're going to arrive at the 100. And then once we set up our animation, and once we refresh, notice how the top one slides from the right, and the bottom one slides from the left. And the last animation I would want to set it up would be for my button, and I'm just going to call this show. So in this case, I don't want that many breakpoints, so I'm just going to copy and paste the bounce, because that is just going to be a bit more simpler. So let me copy and paste. We have the bounce, but we're going to rename it, and I'm going to rename it to show. There's going to be only 3 breakpoints. So we're going to start with, I don't know, scale of 1.5. Then we're going to go with 2. And then eventually we're going to end up with 1. Now we're going to use the scale. And also, why don't we use maybe opacity here? So we're going to go with opacity of 0, then opacity of 1, and then eventually, or I'm sorry, 0.5, I guess. And then we're going to have the opacity of 1. We can save that, and now we just need to look for banner button. Now, I don't think I added the comment for the banner button, so I'm not going to use my animation. In fact, I'm going to use banner btn, and you can see how nicely we can search for everything we would want. This is really going to speed up your workflow. And then let's just add animation. The name was show. The length was 5 seconds. Again, we can use ease in and out, but I think I'm going to go with linear. And then as far as the iteration, I don't know, I'm going to go with 2, just so we can have something different. Now let me refresh. So now this is going to be my animation, where again, I'm going to have my button as well as I'm going to have my headings. Now, you know what? I'm not going to go with 2, I guess. It looks kind of stupid, the fact that that button is bouncing, so we might as well leave it at 1. So again, let me refresh. I still have my toggle one, and I have the headings as well as the button. Now, one thing that I mentioned when we were working with our header was the fact that I added this overflow X, and that was hidden. Now, why I did that? Because if we're not going to have that, you're going to notice that we're going to get a horizontal scroll bar once we run our animation. So notice, once I start running, I have this horizontal scroll bar, and I can show you one more time. Check it out. So now we have this scroll bar, and that essentially is not something we would want. That's the reason why we would use overflow X. So we care about the header, and we're saying the X direction overflow should be hidden. So once we add that property with the value, now once we refresh, notice I don't get that horizontal scroll bar, and everything works just like we expected to. Awesome, we're done with our index HTML, and now we can just create a rest of the pages. Now I can tell you right away, we're not going to be coding from the scratch rest of the pages, because I think this project is already big enough. However, I would just want to show you how we would create pages. And also please understand that when you're working with HTML, there's really no templating. So there's really no other way than just copying and pasting. Of course, once you start working with, let's say, PHP, or once you start working with React, then of course you're going to learn ways how, in fact, you create, whether that's a component or some kind of dynamic template where you don't need to repeat yourself. But at this point in time, we're going to have to repeat ourselves by just copying and pasting. So how is that going to look like? Well, first of all, I'm going to head to index.html. And since the index.html is so massive, I wouldn't want to copy everything right now. So I'm just going to head to a sidebar, and we're going to create a new page. So we're going to create about HTML. And then as far as index.html, I'm just going to copy from the doc type all the way where the actual navbar, or I'm sorry, the header, I guess, ends. So let me navigate to a header. Once you see the end of the header, then stop right there, copy, Then we're going to navigate to about HTML, copy and paste. And then in the index HTML, again, let's scroll down. And then we're going to start copying from the footer. So let me find where is my footer. You see end of contact. So grab everything starting from the comment to the end of the HTML. Again, the most annoying is just going to be the first one, the about HTML. Once we set that up, then it's going to be easier. So let me navigate there, copy and paste like so. So now I have my about page. So essentially what we did is we set up, of course, our head element and all that. Then we have our nav bar, of course, here. Then we have the header as well as we have the footer. And then in between, we're just going to copy and paste one of the sections. More specifically, we're just going to copy and paste our about section. So the way it's going to look like, first of all, we're going to change the title of the page. So this is not going to be home. It is going to be about. Now let me save it and let me try it out. So in this case, I'm going to say home. I'm not going to be looking for the skills. I'm going to be looking for the about. And then if everything is correct, notice I have the title. Now the title says about. So now that is correct. And of course, the only thing I have is the header, as well as I have my T-station footer. And then, like I said, in the index HTML, I would only want to have my about section. So let me look for it. And I'm just going to type about in the command find. Now this is going to give me about section, hopefully, some point. Now this gives me a link. Now this is the about section. So let me just grab this about like so. End of about. Now this is the section that I'm looking for. And then in the about HTML, we just need to look for end of header. And we're just going to copy and paste it. And now we have our page. So this is going to be our about page. Now, since we included our CSS, the head element with a link to style CSS, all our styling is there. And then once we have created the about page, I would want to create two more pages. One is going to be for the skills, and the second one is going to be for the product. Again, let me open up the sidebar. Then let me create both pages. One is going to be named skills HTML. Just make sure that, of course, those will be your links in the nav bar as well. And now, of course, I'm not going to copy and paste the index HTML. It's just going to be much more faster if I use the about. Because the only thing, again, we're going to change is the middle one, the middle section. So again, let me get the skills, copy and paste. First of all, just so we don't get confused, I'm going to change the name. So that way we know for sure where we're working. So let me go with skills. And I'm not going to go all uppercase. Let me just save the skills. Then we're going to delete the about. We don't need that since this is going to be the skills section. So let me delete end of about. And then in the index HTML, let's look for the skills. Again, we're using command F. And we're just going to look for skills. Now, again, first thing that it gives me is the nav link. And I can see correctly that I'm looking for skills HTML. Awesome. And then I'm going to be looking for my skills section. So there it is. There is my skills section. Single skill, and off skills section. Let's grab that. And then in the skills HTML, again, in between the end of the header and the starting of the footer, we're just going to copy and paste. And now if we're going to navigate to a skills page, we have our skills page. And lastly, you already guessed it, we're going to be setting up our product. So again, sidebar open. Let's create that page, new file, products HTML. Then again, we can either grab the skills or about HTML, doesn't really matter. Since everything is already selected in the about HTML, we might as well use that. Then copy and paste. First of all, let's change the actual value. So the title, and in this case, we're going to have products page. Then let's delete the about. We do not need that. So we have the header. All that is good. Let me select the about. And then we're just going to delete. And then once we delete, we're just going to set up our product section. And of about, we deleted it. And then in the index HTML, again, let's use command F to find our section, products. Again, this gives me the link first. Awesome. I can see that it is the correct one. And then, of course, I can just close the search. And then I can just look for products. And now in this case, I'm looking for end of products. So this is going to give me all the inventory and all that. And then we're going to be looking for end of product. Again, like I mentioned before, I know it is a bit annoying if you're just copying pasting, but unfortunately, since the HTML is static by default, there's nothing you can really do as far as creating the rest of the pages. If you want to reuse the functionality, that's how you can do it, by copying pasting. Again, later, once you start working, for example, with React, of course, that is not going to be the case. So in this case, I have products and then end of header. Okay, copy and paste, and I should have my product. And now let me test it out on my pages. I should have the home one. Of course, this is my home page. I can see home. Then I have the skills page. This is skills. So if I keep on scrolling, I can see my skills page. And then I also have the about. I have the about as title, about section. And then lastly, we have the products, where the same spiel. We have the title. We have the actual products as well. So that's how we can create multiple pages in our project. We're almost ready to deploy our project. Now, the one thing that is missing is the fact that we can submit the form. And prior to, let's say, the service that we're going to be using, there was no other way than for you to learn the backend language. Well, since, of course, it is a big task, for example, learning PHP, there has to be a better way. Because at the moment, if you're going to try to submit the form, you're going to see that essentially we're just going to refresh the page. So let me type in some dummy values. So we're going to go here, email@email.com. And by the way, since we have type email, I'm going to have to include the @ sign. Otherwise, I'm going to get an error and I'm not going to be able to submit the form. And then, of course, I have the message and I'm going to say hello there. So let me try doing that. And of course, you're going to see that nothing happens. Like I said, we're just refreshing the page. And then, unless you want to learn the PHP, a faster way for us to actually get the values that the user is submitting is using some kind of free service. Of course, you can later pay for it, but in general, there's also a basic option where we can just include some kind of code and we're able to actually get those values in our email. And the service that I'm talking about is Form Spree. So let me type Form Spree. Now, once you type it in a search, notice we have our Form Spree link. We just bravely click on that. And then, like I said, this is just going to be a service that allows you to get the values in your email. It is also very easy to get started. So let's just click on Get Started. Now, in this case, we're going to have to provide the email and a password. So I'm going to use my dummy email that I use for courses when I'm setting something up. So this is going to be learn code tutorial at, and then I'm going to go for gmail.com. And then as far as the password, again, I'm going to go with something really, really unique. So I'm going to click on I understand and I would want to register. We're doing that. So now we're registered for the Form Spree. Okay, we can save that. Now in the mail, I should get, in fact, the verification. Awesome, I do. So now this is going to give me a verify email. Now I do that. I just make sure that I'm not a robot and I should be able to start using the service. So let's go here. We're going to be creating the forms. And then once you sign up, you're going to see what forms you have. And since I have been using this email in the actual tutorials, as you can see, many people have been using the email. Now, technically, I have no idea why you would do that, because essentially I'm going to be getting those emails, which is not a big deal, but I just don't see the point of why would you do that. But again, it's not really a big deal since that is my dummy email anyway. So I'm going to create a new form and then we would have some kind of name. So in my case, I'm going to have it as a T station. So let me write T station like so. And then of course, I'm still going to have my email. Now let's create the form. Now we can see that the form has been successfully created. And then I have my endpoint. So this is what I would need to add. So in this case, I'm going to copy and then I would need to have my action. So of course, this is going to be the code that I need. So you notice I have the form, then I have the action attribute. So essentially this is going to be where the form data is going to be sent. And then what would be the method? So in this case, we're going to be using post. And then remember, we had the name attribute for each and every field, correct? So we have name, reply to, well, we didn't have to reply to, but we had name and email as well as the message. So these are exact values that we're going to be getting. So let me just grab the action and the method post. This is what you should copy and paste. So let me navigate back to my project. And then in the index HTML, and by the way, I can close probably all the pages. I don't need them open, as well as styles or app.js, because essentially the only thing that we would want to do is just deploy our site. I'm going to look for contact section right away. This gives me somewhere my form, where it is. There is my form. And now let me copy and paste the action together with the post. And of course, you're going to have your unique value because they changed their policy a bit where now I need to sign up. So in your case, you're not going to be able to get this particular value since I'm going to close this out anyway. So let me copy and paste. Now I can save it. And then what is going to happen that once I'm going to try to submit the form, I'm going to get the email with the values. So I'm going to say John Doe, then email is going to be email@email.com. And then the message is going to be hello there. So let me submit the form. And then once we click on return to original site, we have two places where we can see that submission. So first of all, we can check our mail. And if, by the way, you don't see the mail, check the junk. Because in this case, as you can see, this was my submission. And you know what? Let me zoom in just so you can see a bit clearer. So I had name, John Doe, then email.email, and hello there. So that's what's going to happen. So we're going to have the name attribute, and that is going to be displayed, whether that's going to be name, email, or message, and then whatever value. And then another place where you can look for, if you check out the form spree, and then this is going to be, of course, our integration. But then if we look at the submissions, you're going to notice that, of course, we have our submission where we have John Doe and hello there. And again, this is a very cool service before you learn the actual backend language and set up your own server where you can just easily include them in your site and you're going to be getting your submissions. As always, of course, there's paid options there. You can add more plugins and all that. But just for the basic setup, it is just awesome where you can just sign up for their account and you're going to be good to go. Beautiful. Once we're done building our awesome first project, we definitely want to host it online so the rest of the world can enjoy it as well. And while there are definitely many, and I mean many possible options for hosting providers, my go-to place is a nifty service called Netlify. Now, I'm not sponsored by Netlify or have any kind of affiliate links. In fact, the main reasons why I use Netlify myself and suggest Netlify to others as well are free tier. Essentially, we can deploy our project for free. And it is very easy to get up and running with Netlify since the interface is so straightforward and hassle-free. As far as the sign up, just visit netlify.com. Again, the URL would be www.netlify.com. And then either click on Get Started for free, or you can look for the sign up. And then within a matter of minutes, you're going to sign up for an account. Again, they're not going to ask you for your credit card. You can just use the email, sign up for the account, and you're going to be good to go. So since I already have the account, of course, I'm going to log in. Now, in your case, if you just sign up, of course, you're not going to have projects, but this is going to be your home screen, where essentially, again, you're going to have a bunch of links, and then you're going to have option for new site from Git. Now, we haven't covered GitHub and Git yet, so we're not going to use this option at the moment, even though later on in the course, we're going to cover it. And the option we're going to use is going to be a simple drag and drop. So depending on how many projects you have, again, if you just sign up, you're not going to have any projects. In the bottom, you're going to have this option, want to deploy a new site without connecting to Git, drag and drop your site folder here. And the only thing you need to do is just grab your folder. Again, in my case, it is on a desktop, but in your case, maybe it is somewhere else. So essentially just grab your folder and just drag and drop it. And that's all you have to do. And then within the matter of seconds, you're going to have your site live. Now, one thing you're going to notice that your URL is going to be this long, funny name and then netlify.com. So if you'd want to give it a more meaningful name, just head to site settings. And then in the site settings, look for change site name. Now, since we are using the free tier, we're still going to have to use netlify.com. However, we can change the first part. And also, please keep in mind that, of course, if the name is already taken, you're not going to be able to use it. So if I'm going to go with HTML and if I'm going to try to save it, notice it's going to tell me that this site name is already taken. So, of course, the name needs to be unique. So in my case, I'm going to go with HTML, CSS, Then we're going to go with T station, and we're going to go with new design project. So hopefully this name is not taken. We can save it. There you go. Now I changed the site settings. However, also keep in mind that you're not going to be able to change this netlify.com unless you already have the custom domain. So for example, I own johnsmilga.com. So what I can do is I can point my custom domain to the project. However, since I find that to be out of the scope of the course, we're not going to cover that during the course. Just remember that you can always do that, even on a free tier. So even on a free tier, if you, let's say, buy a custom domain, for example, for $10 a year or something like that, you can point to your project. And that is, again, one of the things that makes Netlify so unique and so awesome. Now, after I've been blabbering and changing the actual name for my site, finally, let me just visit my site. And there it is. As you can see, this is my URL. And I can zoom in, HTML, CSS, T-Station, new design, project, and netlify.com. And there you go. My project is online. So now I can share it with all your friends and rest of the world. Now, one thing that I would also like to mention for the form spree, you're going to have to essentially set it up one more time, where the first one was pointing to your local host, whatever 8080. And then now, of course, you have the URL. So again, you would need to follow the steps where you just submit the form, make sure that you are, in fact, not a robot and all that. And then you're going to be able to get your form submissions. So successfully, guys, we built our first project. We deployed it online. So now we can keep on working on perfecting our CSS.